hundreds of millions of years before dinosaurs ruled the Earth, this planet was already full of strange, terrifying life. Back then, nothing looked familiar. The oceans were packed with creatures that had claws for mouths and eyes on stalks. Giant insects flew through thick air. Scaly monsters crawled out of swamps and hunted in silence. Some had armor. Some had teeth bigger than your fingers. And some we still can't quite explain. Their fossils tell stories of a world that was wild, dangerous, and alien. Most people think dinosaurs were the first terrifying animals, but that's not true. These earlier creatures were just as deadly, and in some cases even more bizarre. New discoveries are bringing them into the spotlight, revealing predators and survival tactics lost to time. What was it like to live in a world without grass, birds, or flowers, but full of armored fish and giant scorpions? This is a journey into Earth's oldest nightmares, before the T-Rex, before the raptors, before the age of dinosaurs even began. Imagine a world unlike our own, a primordial ocean teeming with life forms so alien they seem to have sprung from the most imaginative of science fiction novels. This was the Cambrian period, an epoch in Earth's history, beginning approximately 541 million years ago and lasting for around 53 million years, where life exploded in an unprecedented burst of diversification. For much of Earth's history before this time, life had been simple, single-celled organisms, or perhaps some rudimentary multicellular forms. But the Cambrian saw the sudden emergence of almost all major animal phyla we recognize today, along with a host of unique and now extinct lineages. Among these strange and wonderful creatures, one stood out, casting a truly impressive shadow over its contemporaries: Anomalocaris, the undisputed apex predator of the Cambrian seas. The story of Anomalocaris is as fascinating as the creature itself, a tale of scientific puzzle-solving and the gradual piecing together of a truly bizarre ancient animal from fragmentary fossil evidence. For many years, paleontologists had unearthed various fossilized remains from the famous Burgess Shale in British Columbia, Canada, a site renowned for its exquisitely preserved soft-bodied fossils from the mid-Cambrian period. But these pieces were perplexing. One fossil was interpreted as a shrimp-like creature, possessing a pair of large, spiny appendages that seemed ideal for grasping. Another, a circular structure with radiating plates, was thought to be the mouth of some kind of jellyfish, or perhaps a primitive invertebrate related to modern sea cucumbers. Yet another, a disc-shaped fossil, was classified as a separate, free-swimming organism. These were all given separate names, reflecting their distinct initial interpretations: Anomalocaris canadensis, meaning abnormal shrimp for the grasping appendages, Petoia natans, for the mouth part, and Lagania cambria, for the disc-shaped body. The scientific community was, understandably, a little confused by these seemingly disparate finds. It wasn't until the 1980s, through meticulous re-examination of the existing fossils and the discovery of more complete specimens, that paleontologists Harry Whittington and Derek Briggs made a groundbreaking realization. They discovered that what they had once believed to be three separate animals were, in fact, all parts of a single, much larger creature. The abnormal shrimp appendages were the fearsome, grasping limbs at the front of the animal's head. The jellyfish mouth was indeed its mouth, but one that belonged to this giant predator. And the disc-shaped body was the main trunk of this truly unique organism. This revelation was akin to finding a dinosaur's leg bone, then a tooth, and then a tail, only to realize they all belonged to the same Tyrannosaurus rex. With this understanding, the true form of Anomalocaris began to emerge, revealing an animal that was remarkably well equipped for its predatory lifestyle. So, what did this creature look like, and what made it such an effective hunter? Anomalocaris was a formidable animal, reaching lengths of up to 60 centimeters, or approximately 2 feet, making it a true giant in a world where most creatures were only a few centimeters long. Its most striking features were the two large, segmented, raptorial appendages extending from the front of its head. These limbs were covered in sharp, blade-like spines, arranged in rows, making them perfect tools for seizing and manipulating prey. Imagine a pair of enormous, jointed arms, each bristling with hooks, capable of snatching a struggling trilobite or another unfortunate soft-bodied creature from the murky depths. Behind these menacing appendages was its circular, radial mouth, often described as a pineapple ring or a walnut cracker. This mouth was unlike anything seen in modern animals, consisting of a ring of hard, overlapping plates that could contract and expand. While it lacked true jaws, this oral cone was clearly designed for biting and crushing. The interior of the mouth was lined with inward-pointing, teeth-like structures, ensuring that once prey was captured, it had little chance of escape. The presence of bite marks on fossilized trilobite shells, a common prey item in the Cambrian, strongly supports the idea that Anomalocaris used this powerful mouth to crack open the hardened exoskeletons of its victims. The body of Anomalocaris was segmented and streamlined, featuring a series of large, undulating lateral flaps along its sides. These flaps, likely numbering up to 11 pairs, were used for propulsion through the water, allowing the animal to swim with graceful efficiency, much like a cuttlefish or a ray. This combination of powerful swimming capabilities and formidable grasping appendages made it a highly agile and effective pursuit predator. At the very rear of its body, it possessed a distinctive fan-like tail, which would have further aided in directional movement and quick bursts of speed. Perhaps most remarkably, Anomalocaris also possessed two very large, stalked compound eyes, each containing thousands of individual lenses. Recent discoveries of incredibly preserved Anomalocaris eyes suggest they had vision comparable to, or even superior to, that of modern arthropods like dragonflies. Such acute vision would have been an invaluable asset in the dim light of the ancient oceans, allowing it to detect prey from a distance and target its attacks with precision. This advanced visual system, combined with its powerful limbs and unique mouthpart, painted a picture of an animal perfectly adapted to its role as the top predator. The lifestyle of Anomalocaris was one of dominance. As the largest and most heavily armed creature of its time, it occupied the apex of the Cambrian food web. Its diet likely consisted of the abundant trilobites, armored arthropods that scuttled across the seafloor, as well as other soft-bodied creatures that are so well preserved in the Burgess Shale, such as the worm-like priapulids, or even other anomalocaridids. The evidence from trilobite fossils, some showing telltale semicircular bite marks, strongly points to Anomalocaris as their primary predator. Imagine the scene. A nimble Anomalocaris spotting a trilobite on the seafloor, swooping down with its undulating flaps, grabbing the unsuspecting victim with its spiny appendages, and then bringing it to its crushing mouth, perhaps even tearing off chunks of the trilobite before consuming them. The ecological role of Anomalocaris cannot be overstated. Its existence demonstrates that complex predator-prey relationships, a fundamental driver of evolution, were already well established in the Cambrian. The pressure exerted by such a powerful predator would have driven the evolution of defensive adaptations in other creatures, such as the hardened exoskeletons of trilobites, the development of spines, or improved burrowing abilities. This evolutionary arms race, initiated by the likes of Anomalocaris, was a key factor in the rapid diversification of life during the Cambrian explosion. Without the pressure from predators, the need for complex defenses might not have been so urgent, and the trajectory of early animal evolution could have been very different. The classification of Anomalocaris has been a subject of considerable debate among paleontologists. Initially, it was placed in its own phylum, reflecting its unique and seemingly unclassifiable body plan. However, over time, as more fossil evidence accumulated and our understanding of arthropod evolution deepened, many scientists now consider Anomalocaris and its relatives, the anomalocaridids, to be stem group arthropods. This means they are closely related to arthropods, the group that includes insects, spiders, and crustaceans, but branched off before the common ancestor of modern arthropods. They possess certain features, like compound eyes and segmented bodies, that link them to arthropods, but they lack the jointed walking legs characteristic of true arthropods. This placement makes them incredibly important for understanding the evolutionary origins of one of the most successful animal phyla on Earth. They represent an early, experimental branch on the tree of life, showcasing the diverse forms that emerged during the Cambrian. Anomalocaris reigned supreme for a significant portion of the mid-Cambrian period, but like many successful lineages, it eventually disappeared from the fossil record. The exact reasons for its extinction are not fully understood, but they may be linked to environmental changes, the emergence of new predators, or the rise of more efficient body plans among other animals. Regardless of the cause, its disappearance marked the end of an era dominated by these magnificent, alien-like predators. In conclusion, Anomalocaris stands as a monumental figure in the story of early life. It was not just a peculiar fossil, it was a living, breathing terror of the Cambrian seas, an apex predator that shaped the evolutionary trajectory of countless other species. Its discovery, a triumph of scientific reconstruction, revealed a creature of immense power and unique design, a testament to the innovative and often bizarre solutions that evolution can conjure. Anomalocaris reminds us that the past was a time of incredible biological experimentation, and that even the most alien-looking creatures can play a vital role in the grand narrative of life on Earth. Its legacy is not just in the fossil record, but in our understanding of how complex ecosystems, driven by the eternal dance of predator and prey, first took shape on our planet, setting the stage for all life that followed. It was, without doubt, an extraordinary beast from an extraordinary time, a true icon of the Cambrian explosion. Stepping further into the fantastical menagerie of the Cambrian period, we encounter another creature that seems to defy conventional biology, an animal so utterly unique and perplexing that it once prompted a respected paleontologist to joke that its discoverer must have been suffering from hallucinations. This is Opabinia, a creature from the same hallowed grounds of the Burgess Shale in British Columbia as Anomalocaris, yet one that presents an even more profound challenge to our understanding of evolutionary pathways. While Anomalocaris was a terrifying predator, Opabinia was simply strange. The story of Opabinia begins with Charles Doolittle Walcott, the American paleontologist who, in the early 1900s, almost single-handedly unearthed the incredible fossil trove of the Burgess Shale. Walcott was a prodigious discoverer, and among the thousands of specimens he collected were the delicate imprints of Opabinia. However, it wasn't until the 1970s, when the fossils underwent meticulous re-examination by a team led by Harry Whittington at the University of Cambridge, that the true, astonishing form of Opabinia was brought to light. When Whittington first presented his detailed reconstruction of Opabinia to a group of paleontologists, the room reportedly erupted in laughter, convinced that he was either playing a prank or, as Whittington himself famously quipped, that he had been hallucinating. This reaction perfectly encapsulates the sheer oddity of Opabinia and the challenge it posed to existing biological frameworks. So, what exactly was it about Opabinia that provoked such an incredulous response? Let's delve into its truly bizarre anatomy. The head of Opabinia was its most striking feature, dominated by two main elements. Firstly, it possessed not two, not three, but 5 bulbous, stalked eyes arranged across its head. These eyes were set on short stalks, seemingly allowing for a wide field of view, but their unusual number and placement defy any known arrangement in modern animals. Were they capable of sophisticated vision, or perhaps more rudimentary light detection? The fossil record cannot tell us for certain, but their prominence suggests they were important for the animal's survival. But perhaps even more astonishing than the quintet of eyes was the unique appendage extending from the front of its head. This was a long, flexible, proboscis-like structure, resembling a vacuum cleaner hose, which terminated in a pair of formidable, spiny claws. This appendage was unlike anything seen in any known animal, living or extinct. It appears to have been highly maneuverable, capable of reaching out and grasping objects. This frontal appendage effectively served as its mouth part, or at least the means by which it delivered food to its mouth, which was located on the underside of its head, facing backwards between the first two segments. This arrangement is also highly unusual, suggesting a unique feeding strategy. Moving away from the head, the body of Opabinia was segmented, composed of 15 body segments, or somites. Each segment bore a pair of lateral flaps, or lobes, along its sides. These flaps were likely thin and flexible, overlapping slightly and extending outwards. These were almost certainly used for locomotion, allowing Opabinia to undulate its body and swim through the water with a graceful, wave-like motion, much like the way Anomalocaris used its own flaps. At the very end of its body, Opabinia possessed a tail fan, consisting of 3 pairs of flat, fin-like structures, which would have provided stability and aided in steering. On the upper surface of each body segment, just above the lateral flaps, were gill-like structures. These delicate features, preserved as faint impressions, indicate that Opabinia was equipped with specialized respiratory organs for extracting oxygen from the water, a necessity for any active aquatic animal. The presence of these gills further highlights the complexity of this Cambrian creature. Given its unique anatomy, particularly the proboscis and the 5 eyes, what can we deduce about Opabinia's lifestyle and feeding habits? It's generally thought that Opabinia was a soft sediment bottom dweller, or a creature that swam just above the seafloor. Its unique proboscis, with its terminal claws, suggests a specialized feeding method. It likely used this appendage to probe into the soft mud and sediment, searching for small, soft-bodied prey, such as worms or other minute organisms that dwelled within the substrate. The clawed tip would have been perfect for grasping these small animals, or perhaps for scooping up detritus and organic matter. Once caught, the food would have been transferred by the flexible proboscis to the backward-facing mouth on the underside of its head. It is highly improbable that it preyed on large armored creatures like trilobites. Its proboscis, while effective for soft prey, was not designed for cracking shells. Its swimming method, using the lateral flaps, suggests it was not a rapid swimmer like Anomalocaris, but rather capable of sustained, undulating movement, perhaps allowing it to cruise along the seafloor or move slowly through the water column in search of food. Its multiple eyes might have given it an exceptionally wide field of view, aiding in navigation through a complex underwater environment and potentially in detecting subtle movements of its hidden prey. The ecological niche of Opabinia was likely that of a generalist scavenger or a specialized micropredator child deposit feeder. It probably played a role in bioturbation, stirring up the sediments as it probed for food. In the complex food web of the Cambrian, where trilobites grazed on microbial mats and Anomalocaris hunted them, Opabinia would have occupied a distinct, perhaps less glamorous but equally vital, position. Perhaps the most enduring fascination with Opabinia lies in the profound evolutionary puzzles it presents. Its unique combination of features makes it extraordinarily difficult to classify within any modern animal phylum. It doesn't fit neatly into the arthropods, despite some superficial similarities like segmentation, because it lacks the characteristic jointed legs and hardened exoskeleton in the same way. It doesn't belong to the mollusks, or the annelids, or any other group we know. This has led to considerable debate about its phylogenetic placement. Some paleontologists have suggested that Opabinia might represent a very early, highly divergent branch of the arthropod lineage, a stem group arthropod that evolved unique adaptations before the main arthropod body plan solidified. Others have proposed it might be related to a group called the the lobopods, worm-like creatures with stubby legs, which are thought to be ancestors or close relatives of arthropods and tardigrades, water bears. However, even among lobopods, Opabinia stands out with its bizarre head appendages. The existence of Opabinia, along with other enigmatic creatures from the Burgess Shale, like Hallucigenia or Wiwaxia, is a powerful testament to the experimental nature of evolution during the Cambrian explosion. This period saw a rapid proliferation of diverse body plans, many of which were unique and did not lead to any surviving lineages. Opabinia is often cited as a prime example of a weird wonder, an animal with a body plan that was successful for a time, but ultimately proved to be an evolutionary dead end, or at least a path that did not branch into the vast diversity of modern animals. It reminds us that the tree of life has many long extinct branches, and that evolution is not a linear progression, but a sprawling, branching, and often unpredictable process. The Cambrian was a time of grand evolutionary innovation, when nature seemed to be trying out a vast array of designs, some of which, like Opabinia, were truly one of a kind. Opabinia's extraordinary appearance has also captured the public imagination and become an icon of paleontological discovery. Its image, with its 5 eyes and peculiar proboscis, is frequently used in popular science books, documentaries, and museum exhibits to illustrate the strangeness and wonder of the Cambrian period. Artists have reveled in depicting this creature, attempting to bring to life its alien form and imagine its movements through the ancient seas. It stands as a symbol of the unexpected diversity that Earth has harbored throughout its deep history. In conclusion, Opabinia remains one of the most enigmatic and captivating creatures ever discovered from the fossil record. It is not an apex predator like Anomalocaris, but rather a humble, bizarre, and utterly unique inhabitant of the Cambrian oceans. Its 5 eyes, its singular proboscis ending in a claw, and its peculiar body plan challenge our preconceptions about what an animal should look like. Opabinia is a living question mark, a testament to the incredible, almost limitless, creativity of evolution during the Cambrian explosion. It serves as a constant reminder that the paths life takes can be far more diverse and surprising than we might ever imagine, and that our understanding of Earth's ancient history is still constantly evolving, much like the strange creatures that once populated its primordial seas. It is a true marvel, a biological enigma that continues to fascinate and inspire, urging us to look deeper into the forgotten chapters of life's grand story. Imagine a creature so bizarre, so utterly alien, that when scientists first stumbled upon its fossilized remains, they got it completely wrong. Not just a little bit wrong, but truly, profoundly inverted. This is the story of Hallucigenia, a tiny, enigmatic inhabitant of the Cambrian seas, whose journey from fossil discovery to correct interpretation is a testament to the challenges and triumphs of paleontology. Its name itself, derived from hallucination, hints at the dizzying confusion it caused. For years, this creature remained a puzzle, a biological riddle from a time when life on Earth was still experimenting with an astonishing array of body plans, many of which defy our modern understanding of animal forms. The saga of Hallucigenia begins with the discovery of the Burgess Shale, a remarkable fossil site nestled high in the Canadian Rocky Mountains. Discovered in 1909 by Charles Doolittle Walcott, a prominent paleontologist with the Smithsonian Institution, the Burgess Shale is a geological treasure trove. Its unique preservation conditions, likely due to rapid burial in anoxic mudslides, captured an extraordinary snapshot of marine life from approximately 508 million years ago. Unlike many fossil beds that preserve only the hard parts of organisms like shells or bones, the Burgess Shale preserved the soft tissues of countless creatures, offering an unprecedented glimpse into the intricate ecosystems of the early Cambrian period. Within this ancient seabed, among a vast array of trilobites, sponges, and other recognizable forms, lay the bizarre and the unknown, patiently awaiting their rediscovery. When Walcott first unearthed the fossils that would eventually be named Hallucigenia, he recognized their peculiarity, but grouped them with a larger, segmented, worm-like creature called Canadia. It wasn't until the 1970s, when a new generation of paleontologists began to re-examine the Burgess Shale collections with fresh eyes and advanced techniques, that Hallucigenia truly came into its own as a distinct and deeply perplexing organism. Simon Conway Morris, a British paleontologist, was at the forefront of this re-evaluation. He painstakingly studied the delicate, compressed remains, each one a mere sliver of carbonized tissue on a dark shale background. What he saw was utterly bewildering. The fossils presented a creature with an elongated, worm-like body. Emerging from one side were 7 pairs of long, slender, spine-like structures, each ending in a sharp point. On the opposite side, there appeared to be 7 pairs of short, stumpy, tentacle-like appendages, each seemingly tipped with a cluster of tiny claws. To further complicate matters, what appeared to be a bulbous head seemed to be at one end, and a series of smaller, posterior appendages were visible at the other. It was a creature seemingly designed by an eccentric abstract artist, defying any clear biological logic. Conway Morris, working with the available evidence, made a bold yet understandable interpretation. He hypothesized that the sharp, pointed structures were indeed defensive spines, providing protection from predators in the ancient seas. The tentacle-like appendages, he reasoned, were the creature's legs, allowing it to scuttle along the seafloor. The bulbous end, he thought, was the head. This interpretation, while providing a coherent, if bizarre, picture, presented Hallucigenia as an almost comically clumsy animal. Imagine trying to walk on 7 pairs of delicate, clawed tentacles while sporting a formidable array of sharp spines on your back. It was a walking nightmare, a biological oddity that seemed to defy the elegance often seen in nature. This initial interpretation stuck for many years, cementing Hallucigenia's reputation as one of the most enigmatic and strangely constructed creatures of the Cambrian explosion. It became a poster child for the weird wonders of the Burgess Shale, an icon of a time when evolutionary experimentation ran rampant, producing forms that seemed to have no modern counterparts. But even as Hallucigenia graced textbook covers and museum displays, a quiet unease lingered among some paleontologists. The very strangeness of its supposed locomotion and defense mechanism seemed counterintuitive, almost illogical from an evolutionary perspective. The true turning point in the Hallucigenia story came not from the Burgess Shale itself, but from another extraordinary fossil site halfway across the world. In the early 2000s, a collection of remarkably preserved fossils began to emerge from the Maotianshan shales in Chengjiang, China. This Lagerstätte, slightly older than the Burgess Shale, also preserved soft-bodied organisms with stunning fidelity. Among the thousands of specimens, paleontologists discovered creatures that bore a striking resemblance to Hallucigenia. The difference, however, was crucial. These new fossils were preserved in 3 dimensions, offering a much clearer view of their anatomy than the flattened, 2-dimensional specimens from the Burgess Shale. What the Chinese fossils revealed was nothing short of revolutionary. When viewed from the side, it became evident that the structures previously interpreted as legs were, in fact, the spines. And the structures thought to be spines were, in reality, robust, paired legs, each ending in a series of small, claw-like structures. Hallucigenia had been living its paleontological life completely upside down. The bulbous head was merely a decay product, an artifact of fossilization. The true head was small and indistinct, located at the end opposite the posterior appendages. This complete reversal of Hallucigenia's orientation was a watershed moment. Suddenly, the creature made much more sense. It had a series of 7 pairs of stout, claw-tipped legs, providing stable locomotion along the seabed. And arrayed along its back, Facing upwards were 7 pairs of formidable spines, presumably for defense against predators. This new perspective transformed a clumsy, illogical oddity into a more plausible, albeit still peculiar, inhabitant of the ancient oceans. It was a classic case of how new evidence, even from different sites, can dramatically reshape our understanding of past life. The initial confusion was not due to poor observation, but rather to the inherent challenges of interpreting flattened, two-dimensional fossil remains where three-dimensional context is lost. With its proper orientation established, scientists could begin to delve deeper into Hallucigenia's biology and its place in the tree of life. The paired, claw-tipped legs immediately suggested a connection to a group of invertebrates known as lobopods, or lobe-footed worms. These are a diverse group of worm-like creatures with fleshy, unjointed legs. Modern-day examples include the velvet worms, Onychophora, and the water bears, Tardigrada, both fascinating creatures with ancient lineages. The reinterpretation of Hallucigenia strongly positioned it as an early, spine-covered member of the lobopod lineage, likely a stem group arthropod, meaning it belongs to the broader group that eventually gave rise to arthropods, insects, spiders, crustaceans, but diverged before the evolution of true, jointed legs and hard exoskeletons. This connection was highly significant, as it helped to bridge the gap between early worm-like ancestors and the incredibly diverse arthropod phylum that dominates much of Earth's biodiversity today. Hallucigenia's lifestyle, with its newly understood anatomy, came into sharper focus. Its small size, typically no more than a few centimeters long, and its numerous stumpy legs suggest it was a slow-moving bottom dweller, likely inching its way across the muddy seafloor. The presence of the formidable dorsal spines strongly indicates that defense was a primary concern. In the bustling ecosystems of the Cambrian, predators like Anomalocaris, the fearsome top predator of its time, were on the prowl. Hallucigenia's spines would have made it a prickly, unappetizing meal for any aspiring predator. Its mouth, though small and somewhat indistinct in most fossils, was likely used for scavenging detritus or possibly filtering small particles from the water column. Some recent interpretations suggest it may have had a ring of tiny teeth around its mouth, hinting at a more active feeding strategy, perhaps rasping algae or other organic matter from the substrate. Despite the remarkable breakthroughs in understanding Hallucigenia, some mysteries persist. The exact function of the small, delicate appendages at its posterior end remains somewhat unclear, though they are thought to be associated with its tail or perhaps involved in clinging to substrates. The precise number of legs and spines can also vary slightly among specimens, a common issue with fossil preservation where not every part of every individual is perfectly preserved. However, the core understanding of its inverted anatomy and its lobopodian affinities is now firmly established. Hallucigenia's story serves as a powerful reminder of several key aspects of paleontology. Firstly, it highlights the often treacherous path of interpreting ancient life. Fossils are rarely complete, and the processes of fossilization can distort and flatten organisms in ways that make their original form incredibly difficult to discern. What appears obvious in one orientation might be a complete misdirection in another. Secondly, it underscores the collaborative and iterative nature of scientific discovery. The re-examination of old collections, coupled with new discoveries from different sites, can lead to revolutionary insights. It's a process of continuous refinement and revision as more evidence comes to light. Finally, Hallucigenia stands as a potent symbol of the extraordinary evolutionary experimentation that characterized the Cambrian explosion. This relatively brief period in Earth's history, spanning tens of millions of years, witnessed the rapid diversification of animal life and the emergence of most major animal body plans seen today. Hallucigenia, with its unique combination of features, is a testament to the weird and wonderful forms that arose during this pivotal time. It's a creature that continues to fascinate, not just because of its bizarre appearance, but because its journey from confusion to clarity encapsulates the very essence of paleontological inquiry, a relentless pursuit of understanding the astonishing diversity of life that has graced our planet over deep time. It is a creature that reminds us that the past was often far stranger and more diverse than we might ever imagine. Among the countless astonishing fossils unearthed from the Burgess Shale, one creature stands out not for its outlandish strangeness, but for its sheer ubiquity and delicate beauty: Marrella. While other Burgess Shale inhabitants like the fearsome Anomalocaris or the bewildering Hallucigenia capture headlines with their unique anatomies, Marrella offers a different kind of fascination. It is the commoner, the everyday citizen of the Cambrian seafloor, and its immense numbers provide a crucial window into the abundance and ecological structure of these ancient marine ecosystems. Its presence in such staggering quantities speaks volumes about its success in a world that was rapidly filling with diverse and evolving life forms. Marrella splendens, to give its full scientific name, is a small, arthropod-like creature, typically measuring only a few centimeters in length. Its most striking features are its distinctive head shield and its delicate, feathery gills. The head region is covered by a shield that is somewhat like a helmet, but with a unique, almost ornate structure. It consists of two main parts: a broad, curved plate that extends backward, and two prominent, forward-curving spines that emerge from the front. These spines, often described as horn-like or antennae-like, give Marrella a somewhat regal or perhaps even slightly alien appearance, despite its small size. Behind this elaborate head shield, Marrella's body is segmented, typical of arthropods, with approximately 26 segments. Each segment bears a pair of delicate, branched appendages, which are thought to have served multiple functions. The inner branch of each appendage was likely a leg, used for locomotion along the seafloor, while the outer branch was a feathery gill used for respiration. This dual-purpose appendage is a common feature among early arthropods and reflects an efficient adaptation for life in the marine environment. When Charles Doolittle Walcott, the discoverer of the Burgess Shale, began to meticulously collect and categorize the fossils from the site, Marrella quickly became apparent as one of the most common and best preserved organisms. Tens of thousands of specimens have been recovered from the Burgess Shale, making it by far the most abundant fossil found there. This incredible numerical dominance tells us something profound about the Cambrian ecosystem. Marrella was a highly successful creature, likely occupying a significant niche in the food web and playing a key role in the ecosystem's dynamics. Its prevalence hints at a creature that reproduced efficiently, perhaps fed on readily available resources, and was well adapted to its environment. Given its abundance, Marrella was likely a bottom dweller, scuttling across the muddy or sandy seafloor using its numerous leg-like appendages. Its small size would have allowed it to navigate through crevices and feed on detritus, decaying organic matter, or possibly filter tiny particles of food from the water column. The feathery gills would have efficiently extracted oxygen from the ancient seawater. Imagine vast stretches of the Cambrian seabed teeming with these little creatures, diligently going about their lives, forming a living carpet of life that contributed significantly to the biomass of the ecosystem. Their presence would have been as commonplace as crabs on a modern-day beach. Despite its clear arthropod affinities, Marrella's precise phylogenetic position within the vast and diverse arthropod family tree has been a subject of ongoing debate among paleontologists. It possesses features that are characteristic of early arthropods, such as a segmented body, an exoskeleton, though not as heavily mineralized as later arthropods, and jointed appendages. However, it also lacks certain defining characteristics of specific arthropod groups. For instance, it doesn't fit neatly into the major arthropod subphyla like Chelicerata, spiders, scorpions, Myriapoda, millipedes, centipedes, or Crustacea, crabs, lobsters. For many years, Marrella, along with other enigmatic early arthropods, was considered a stem group arthropod, an organism that belongs to the broader lineage that led to modern arthropods, but diverged before the evolution of the specific features that define the modern groups. Some researchers have even suggested it represents a separate, extinct lineage altogether, highlighting the incredible diversity and experimental nature of early arthropod evolution. Its classification continues to be refined as new studies and comparative analyses are conducted, underscoring the complexities of tracing evolutionary lineages in deep time. Marrella's significance extends far beyond its own unique biology. It serves as a prime example of the extraordinary preservation conditions of the Burgess Shale itself. The Burgess Shale is what paleontologists call a Lagerstätte, a German term meaning storage place. These are rare fossil sites where exceptional preservation of soft-bodied organisms or delicate structures occurs, often due to very rapid burial in anoxic, fine-grained sediments. The conditions that led to the Burgess Shale's formation, deep-water mudslides carrying organisms down slopes and burying them in oxygen-poor environments, effectively sealed them away from scavengers and decomposition, allowing for the exquisite preservation of even the most fragile parts, like Marrella's delicate gills and antennae. Without such exceptional preservation, creatures like Marrella, which lacked robust hard parts, would likely have left no fossil record at all. Thus, Marrella, in its countless numbers, is not just a fossil itself, but a testament to the unique geological circumstances that allowed us to peek into a 500-million-year-old ecosystem with such clarity. In the bustling Cambrian food web, Marrella likely occupied a role as a detritivore, or possibly a suspension feeder. This means it would have fed on decaying organic matter that settled on the seafloor or filtered small particles from the water. As a relatively small and common creature, it would have, in turn, been a crucial food source for larger predators like Anomalocaris and other carnivores that prowled the ancient seas. Marrella's success, therefore, wasn't just about its ability to survive. It was about its ability to thrive in such numbers that it formed a vital component of the ecosystem's energy flow. Its biomass would have supported many other creatures further up the food chain, highlighting its foundational role in the Cambrian ecosystem. The enduring legacy of Marrella lies in its contribution to our understanding of the Cambrian explosion. This remarkable period, approximately 540 to 520 million years ago, represents a pivotal moment in the history of life on Earth. During the Cambrian explosion, nearly all modern animal phyla, the fundamental body plans of animals, made their first appearance in the fossil record. This sudden burst of diversification, often described as an evolutionary Big Bang, saw the rapid evolution of complex animals with bilateral symmetry, specialized organs, and diverse lifestyles. Marrella, as one of the most abundant and well-preserved fossils from this era, provides tangible evidence of this explosion of life. It shows us a creature that was successful, widespread, and represented an early branch of the incredibly successful arthropod lineage, which would go on to colonize virtually every habitat on Earth. Its existence and its abundance are direct manifestations of the dramatic evolutionary innovation occurring during this period. Studying Marrella allows paleontologists to infer much about the ancient environment. Its presence in such numbers suggests a stable and productive environment, at least periodically, that could support a large population of these small organisms. The characteristics of its appendages, particularly the gills, offer insights into the oxygen levels of the water and the type of substrate it inhabited. Furthermore, by comparing Marrella to other early arthropods and potential relatives found in the Burgess Shale and other Cambrian sites, scientists can piece together the evolutionary pathways that led to the incredible diversity of arthropods we see today. It helps to answer questions about how jointed limbs evolved, how exoskeletons developed, and how different feeding and respiratory strategies emerged in early life. Even a common fossil like Marrella, therefore, is far from mundane. it is a powerful tool for understanding fundamental processes in evolution and ecology. It helps us to visualize the vibrant, complex communities that existed hundreds of millions of years ago. While not as visually startling as some of its more famous Burgess Shale counterparts, Marrella provides the crucial numerical context. It shows us that alongside the strange and the unique, there were also incredibly successful and abundant creatures forming the backbone of these early marine ecosystems. Its story is one of quiet success, a testament to the power of adaptation and the fundamental role of countless individuals in shaping the ancient world. The humble Marrella, creeping across the Cambrian seafloor, offers us a profound glimpse into the dawn of animal life on our planet. Imagine a world long, long ago, a time when the land was still finding its feet, and the oceans held the real power. In those ancient waters, something truly magnificent and, frankly, a little terrifying, ruled supreme. The Eurypterids, often affectionately, or perhaps nervously, known as sea scorpions. These weren't your average beach dwellers. These were arthropods of colossal scale, some reaching lengths that would make a modern-day human feel very, very small. We're talking about creatures that could stretch out to over 8 feet, a size that's hard to wrap your head around for an invertebrate. They were around for an incredibly long stretch of Earth's history, emerging in the Ordovician period, strutting their stuff through the Silurian and Devonian, and eventually fading out in the Permian, leaving behind a legacy of fascinating fossils. Their name, Eurypterid, comes from ancient Greek, meaning wide wing, a nod to their broad, oar-like swimming paddles. But don't let that delicate-sounding name fool you. These were formidable predators, adapted to a variety of aquatic environments. While they started their journey primarily in the salty depths of the ocean, over millions of years, some lineages made the brave or perhaps necessary shift into brackish waters, the kind you find where rivers meet the sea, and even ventured into pure freshwater lakes and rivers. This adaptability is a testament to their evolutionary success, allowing them to spread across different niches and become dominant figures in their respective ecosystems. When you picture a Eurypterid, cast aside any images of a tiny, scuttling creature. Think big, think armored. Their bodies were segmented, much like an insect or a lobster, protected by a tough outer shell, an exoskeleton, that they would have shed periodically as they grew, a process known as molting. This molting process would have been a vulnerable time for them, leaving them soft and exposed to any opportunist predators lurking nearby. Their head, or prosoma, was a shield-like plate, and beneath it you'd find a complex array of appendages. They typically had 6 pairs of limbs. The first pair, called chelicerae, were often small and pincers-like, used for grasping food. The next few pairs were walking legs, helping them scuttle along the seafloor. But it's the last pair that often catches the eye. Broad, flattened paddles, perfect for propelling their massive bodies through the water. These were their wide wings, giving them surprising agility for their size. And then, at the very end of their segmented bodies, was a tail, or telson, which varied greatly among species. In some, it was a simple spike. In others, it was flattened and oar-like, adding to their swimming prowess. Some species even had a scorpion-like stinger, though whether it delivered venom is still a subject of scientific debate. It might have been used more for balance, or perhaps for anchoring themselves in the sediment. One of the most famous, and certainly one of the largest, of these giants was Ecological rhenanii, a true titan of the ancient world. Discovered in Germany, fossil evidence suggests this beast could reach an astonishing length of up to 8 feet and 2 inches. Imagine encountering something like that, lurking in the murky waters of the Devonian period. Its size alone would have made it an apex predator, capable of preying on a wide range of marine life, including early fish and even other, smaller Eurypterids. Another impressive giant was Pterygotus, with some estimates putting its length at around 5 feet or more. These were the undisputed rulers of their domain, much like sharks are in today's oceans. Their predatory lifestyle is evident not just from their size, but also from their anatomy. Those chelicerae, while sometimes small, could be quite robust and adapted for tearing apart prey. Some species had powerful, crushing claws. They likely ambushed their prey, using their powerful swimming paddles to surge forward and overwhelm unfortunate victims. Their eyes, often large and compound, like those of modern insects, would have given them excellent vision, crucial for hunting in the often dim aquatic environments of their time. They probably fed on anything they could overpower, from trilobites and other crustaceans to early jawless fish, and even larger, more advanced fish as they evolved. Some researchers even propose that certain Eurypterids might have been cannibals, preying on their own kind, especially during vulnerable periods like molting. The life cycle of a Eurypterid, while not fully understood, likely involved a series of molts, as mentioned earlier. Young Eurypterids would hatch from eggs, perhaps laid in sandy or muddy substrates, and would grow by shedding their exoskeletons multiple times throughout their lives. Each molt would have allowed them to increase in size and develop more complex features, eventually reaching their colossal adult dimensions. This process is common among arthropods and is a key to their growth and survival. The evolutionary story of Eurypterids is also fascinating. They belong to a group called Chelicerata, which also includes modern-day spiders, scorpions, ticks, and mites. This means that our creepy crawly friends of today share a very ancient, common ancestor with these magnificent sea scorpions. In fact, some scientists believe that terrestrial scorpions might have evolved from a Eurypterid ancestor that made the leap from water to land. This makes sense when you consider the similarities in their overall body plan, particularly the segmented body and the telson. The transition from an aquatic to a terrestrial environment is a huge evolutionary step, requiring significant adaptations, such as modified respiratory systems, gills for lungs, and stronger limbs for supporting weight without the buoyancy of water. While not all Eurypterids made this transition, their existence in brackish and freshwater environments suggests they were pre-adapted for life outside the purely marine realm. Fossil discoveries have been key to piecing together the story of these ancient giants. From North America to Europe and beyond, paleontologists have unearthed remarkably preserved specimens, offering insights into their anatomy, size, and even hints about their behavior. One particularly famous site for Eurypterid fossils is the Silurian-aged deposits of Bertie Group in New York, where complete specimens, sometimes including soft tissue outlines, have been found. These findings allow scientists to study their morphology in incredible detail and reconstruct what these creatures might have looked like in life. The sheer abundance of some fossil sites suggests that at certain times and in certain places, Eurypterids were incredibly common, forming a significant part of the ancient food web. The reign of the Eurypterids, impressive as it was, eventually came to an end. Their numbers and diversity began to decline significantly during the Carboniferous period, and by the end of the Permian period, they had vanished completely during the catastrophic Permian-Triassic extinction event, often called the Great Dying. This event was the most severe extinction in Earth's history, wiping out the vast majority of marine and terrestrial species. The reasons for their decline before this ultimate extinction are complex, likely involving changes in sea level, climate shifts, and increasing competition from more advanced fish and other marine predators that evolved during their long tenure. While they are no longer with us, the memory of these giant sea scorpions lives on in the fossil record, a powerful reminder of the diverse and sometimes truly enormous life forms that once roamed, or rather swam, our planet. They represent a fascinating chapter in the Book of Life, showcasing the incredible adaptability and sheer power of early arthropods in a world that was very different from our own. When we talk about prehistoric predators, our minds often leap to dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus rex or mighty sharks such as Megalodon. But venture back further to the Devonian period, often called the Age of Fish, and you'll encounter a true leviathan of the ancient seas, a creature so formidable that its very name strikes a chord of primeval power, Dunkleosteus. This wasn't just a big fish, it was an armored death machine, a top-tier apex predator that dominated the marine ecosystems of its time with an unparalleled combination of size, armor, and an utterly terrifying bite. Imagine a fish, not sleek and streamlined like a modern tuna, but built like a living tank. That's Dunkleosteus. Belonging to an extinct group of armored fish called placoderms, this creature was truly unique. Its most striking feature, the one that immediately sets it apart, was its head and thorax, which were encased in thick, bony plates. This wasn't just a helmet, it was a full body shield, protecting its vital organs from the attacks of rivals or prey. But this armor wasn't just for defense, it was also a key component of its hunting strategy. Estimates suggest that the largest Dunkleosteus species, Dunkleosteus terrelli, could reach lengths of up to 33 feet, making it comparable in size to some modern-day whale sharks or a large school bus. Its weight is estimated to have been around 4 tons. Picture something that big, heavily armored, and built for predation, cruising through the ancient seas. It would have been an awe-inspiring and terrifying sight. This immense size, combined with its formidable armor, made it virtually invulnerable to attack from any other creature in its environment. It was at the very top of the food chain, a true king of its domain. But Dunkleosteus didn't have teeth in the way we understand them. Instead, its jaws were equipped with 2 long, bony shearing blades, essentially sharpened projections of its armored head plates. These self-sharpening plates interlocked with each other, creating a powerful scissor-like bite that could slice through flesh and bone with terrifying efficiency. The mechanics of its jaw were also unique. Unlike many modern fish, Dunkleosteus could open its mouth incredibly fast in just 50 milliseconds. This rapid gape would have created a powerful suction force, pulling unsuspecting prey into its cavernous mouth before they even had a chance to react. Once inside, those bony blades would do their work, tearing and crushing its victims. Research on fossilized jaw fragments has allowed scientists to estimate the bite force of Dunkleosteus, and the numbers are staggering. It's believed to have had one of the most powerful bites of any animal that has ever lived, potentially exerting a force of up to 8,000 pounds per square inch at the tip of its blades. To put that into perspective, that's a bite force greater than that of a Tyrannosaurus rex and comparable to some of the largest modern crocodiles. Such a crushing bite would have enabled Dunkleosteus to easily dispatch any prey it encountered, from other armored fish to early sharks. Dunkleosteus was a true marine generalist predator, meaning it would have preyed on anything it could overpower. Its diet likely included other placoderms, early sharks, and the myriad of smaller, less armored fish that populated the Devonian oceans. The presence of crushed and broken bones in its fossilized stomach contents further supports its role as a brutal and effective hunter. Given its enormous size and powerful bite, it's not unreasonable to imagine Dunkleosteus engaging in battles with other large predators, even its own kind, especially over territory or prime hunting grounds. The heavy armor on its head would have provided crucial protection during such confrontations. The body of Dunkleosteus, beyond its armored head, was less preserved in the fossil record because it was cartilaginous, meaning it didn't fossilize as readily as bone. However, reconstructions based on more complete placoderm fossils suggest it had a torpedo-like body shape, well suited for fast bursts of speed to ambush prey. Its powerful tail fin would have provided the propulsion needed for these rapid attacks, making it an agile predator, despite its massive size and heavy armor. Fossils of Dunkleosteus have been found primarily in North America, particularly in the Cleveland shale deposits of Ohio, hence the species name, Dunkleosteus terrelli, named after J. Terrell, a local fossil collector. These deposits represent ancient inland seas that once covered much of the continent during the late Devonian period. The remarkable preservation of some of these fossils has provided invaluable insights into the anatomy and lifestyle of this incredible creature. The sheer volume of fossil material from these sites speaks to the prevalence of Dunkleosteus in its environment and its ecological importance. The Devonian period was a time of immense diversification for fish, with the emergence of jawed fish and the first bony fish. Dunkleosteus stood at the pinnacle of this burgeoning aquatic ecosystem. Its existence demonstrates the incredible evolutionary experimentation that was taking place in the oceans. The placoderms, with their unique armored bodies, were a successful group for tens of millions of years, but they eventually faded from the scene. The reign of Dunkleosteus, like all great reigns, eventually came to an end. It disappeared during the late Devonian extinction events, a series of mass extinctions that severely impacted marine life. While the exact causes are still debated, these events are thought to have been triggered by a combination of factors, including climate change, possibly linked to the expansion of land plants, which led to increased nutrient runoff into the oceans, resulting in widespread anoxia, lack of oxygen, in the water. The specialized nature of Dunkleosteus and its reliance on a thriving ecosystem might have made it particularly vulnerable to such dramatic environmental shifts. As its prey bases declined and its habitat changed, this mighty predator, along with all other placoderms, vanished from the Earth's oceans. Today, Dunkleosteus remains a powerful symbol of prehistoric might and a testament to the incredible diversity of life that has existed on our planet. Its imposing fossil remains remind us of a time when the oceans were ruled by armored giants, and the story of its unique adaptations and eventual extinction continues to fascinate scientists and enthusiasts alike. It was a truly magnificent and terrifying creature, a genuine armored death machine that carved its legacy into the ancient marine world. The vast and ancient oceans, far removed from the world we know today, were teeming with life long before the first creatures dared to venture onto solid ground. It was in these primordial seas, during the Devonian period, an era often affectionately dubbed the Age of Fishes, that some of the most enduring and formidable predators began their evolutionary journey. Among these pioneers, a creature known as Cladoselache stands out, not just as a fascinating fossil discovery, but as a crucial piece in the grand puzzle of shark evolution. To truly appreciate the significance of Cladoselache, one must first cast their mind back some 370 million years, to a time when the continents were arranged quite differently and the marine ecosystems were undergoing a profound transformation. The story of early sharks, and indeed, the very genesis of the cartilaginous fishes, is a tale written in the fossil record, albeit one that presents unique challenges. Unlike creatures with sturdy, bony skeletons, sharks possess skeletons primarily made of cartilage, a far more delicate material that rarely survives the ravages of time and fossilization. This inherent fragility means that complete shark fossils from such ancient epochs are incredibly rare, often comprising isolated teeth, scales, or vertebral centra. Yet, against these odds, Cladoselache emerged as a remarkable exception. Discovered primarily in the Cleveland Shale of Ohio, its fossils are unusually well preserved, sometimes revealing not just skeletal outlines, but even impressions of soft tissues like muscle fibers, skin, and internal organs. These extraordinary finds have provided paleontologists with an unparalleled window into the anatomy and lifestyle of one of the earliest definitive sharks. Imagine a creature of modest size, perhaps reaching up to about 2 meters in length, though most specimens were considerably smaller, often around 1 meter. Its body was sleek and torpedo-shaped, an indication of its active predatory lifestyle in the open waters. Cladoselache possessed a suite of features that, while primitive by modern shark standards, clearly mark it as an ancient relative of the apex predators we know today. Its skin was covered in small, pointed scales, reminiscent of the dermal denticles found on contemporary sharks, which give their skin that characteristic, rough, sandpaper-like texture. These scales, however, were somewhat simpler in structure, lacking the complex enameloid layers of their modern counterparts. One of the most striking features of Cladoselache was its fin arrangement. It had two prominent dorsal fins, each preceded by a sharp, sturdy spine. These spines, likely offering some defense against larger predators, are a common feature in some ancient shark lineages. The pectoral fins were broad and triangular, attached to the body by a wide base, suggesting a more rigid attachment than the flexible, maneuverable fins of modern sharks. This design likely provided lift and stability, but perhaps less agility for precise turns. The pelvic fins were also present, along with a distinctly heterocercal tail, meaning the upper lobe was longer than the lower, a design optimized for powerful propulsion through water. This tail configuration is a hallmark of fast-swimming sharks and an indication of its active pursuit strategy. Now, let us consider the business end of this ancient predator, its mouth and teeth. Cladoselache's teeth were relatively small, multi-cusped, and lacked the ability to be replaced continuously in rows, as seen in modern sharks. Instead, its teeth were somewhat fixed in place, suggesting that while it was certainly a predator, its diet might have consisted of smaller, softer-bodied prey. Fish remains have been found associated with Cladoselache fossils, providing direct evidence of its feeding habits. The jaw suspension was also simpler, lacking the advanced protrustability that allows modern sharks to extend their jaws forward for a more powerful bite. Despite these perceived limitations, Cladoselache was undoubtedly an effective hunter in its environment, relying on speed and perhaps a sudden, snapping attack. The well-preserved fossil record of Cladoselache in the Cleveland Shale is exceptional, largely due to the unique geological conditions of the ancient sea in which it lived. This was an anoxic, or oxygen-deprived seafloor, which meant that scavengers and decomposers were scarce, allowing the remains of organisms to be preserved intact for millions of years. The sediments, rich in organic matter, gradually compacted to form the dark shales where these remarkable fossils were unearthed. The discovery of such pristine specimens has allowed scientists to reconstruct not just the skeleton, but also to some extent the musculature and even the circulatory system, offering an unprecedented glimpse into the soft anatomy of an early shark. The significance of Cladoselache extends far beyond its individual features. It represents a foundational branch in the grand evolutionary tree of sharks. Its combination of primitive and more advanced characteristics provides crucial insights into the developmental stages of key shark traits. For instance, its broad-based fins, while different from modern sharks, still represent an early adaptation for controlled swimming. The presence of dorsal spines and a powerful tail fin points towards an active, pelagic lifestyle from very early on in shark evolution. Cladoselache demonstrates that the basic body plan of a fast-swimming, open-ocean predator was established remarkably early in the lineage. Beyond Cladoselache, the Devonian period saw a burgeoning diversity of early shark-like fishes, though not all of them are classified as true sharks in the same lineage as modern forms. Some, like the acanthodians, were superficially shark-like, but possessed a bony skeleton and prominent spines. Others, the placoderms, were heavily armored fish that dominated many marine ecosystems before the rise of more agile predators. The true sharks, the chondrichthyans, were slowly but surely finding their niche. They were characterized by their cartilaginous skeletons, placoid scales, and unique tooth replacement mechanisms, features that, over millions of years, would prove to be remarkably successful. The evolutionary pressures acting on these early sharks were immense. They shared the waters with a multitude of other fish groups, including the heavily armored placoderms, the ray-finned fishes, and the lobe-finned fishes, which would eventually give rise to terrestrial vertebrates. Survival in this highly competitive environment demanded efficiency in predation and avoidance of being preyed upon. The agile, fast-swimming form of Cladoselache and its relatives suggests an adaptation to an environment where speed and effective hunting strategies were paramount. While their teeth might not have been as fearsome as those of a great white, they were perfectly suited for catching the smaller, more numerous fish and invertebrates that formed the base of the food web. One of the most remarkable aspects of shark evolution is the sheer persistence of their basic body plan. While Cladoselache might appear somewhat alien compared to a modern hammerhead or tiger shark, the fundamental elements, the sleek, fusiform body, the paired fins, the powerful tail, the sharp teeth, were already in place. Over hundreds of millions of years, these features would be refined, diversified, and specialized, leading to the incredible array of shapes and sizes we see today, from the colossal whale shark to the diminutive dwarf lantern shark. The cartilaginous skeleton, often seen as a primitive trait, proved to be an evolutionary advantage, allowing for greater flexibility and reduced weight, enabling rapid acceleration and maneuverability. The Devonian period was also a time of significant global change. Continents were shifting, sea levels fluctuated, and major extinction events periodically reshaped the biosphere. Yet, time and again, the shark lineage demonstrated an extraordinary resilience. While many other groups of fish and marine life succumbed to these environmental upheavals, sharks, in their various forms, managed to survive, adapt, and often thrive. This long-term survival is a testament to the robustness of their evolutionary strategy and the inherent efficiency of their design as predators. The story of Cladoselache is not just a chapter in the history of sharks. It is a foundational text. It offers a glimpse into the origins of a lineage that has endured for close to 400 million years, a lineage that has seen the rise and fall of dinosaurs, the emergence of mammals, and the countless changes that have transformed our planet. From the ancient waters of the Devonian, Cladoselache swam forth, a testament to the power of natural selection and a silent herald of the formidable predators that would one day rule the oceans. Its fossilized remains, discovered and meticulously studied, continue to unlock secrets about the early days of life in the seas, providing a tangible link to a world utterly unlike our own, yet one that laid the groundwork for the biodiversity we cherish today. Understanding Cladoselache is to understand the beginning of a success story that continues to write itself in the vast blue expanse of our world's oceans. The very notion of life transitioning from the boundless embrace of the ocean to the harsh, unforgiving realm of solid ground is one of the most profound and pivotal moments in the history of life on Earth. It is a story of incredible adaptation, of incremental evolutionary changes that over millions of years fundamentally reshaped the planet's ecosystems. At the heart of this extraordinary narrative, a creature named Tiktaalik rose to prominence, not as a terrifying monster in the conventional sense, but as a true pioneer, an evolutionary bridge that blurred the lines between fish and the first creatures to truly colonize the land. Its discovery was a watershed moment in paleontology, providing tangible evidence of the steps taken by life to conquer the terrestrial environment. To truly appreciate Tiktaalik, one must transport their imagination back to the late Devonian period, roughly 375 million years ago. The Earth was a very different place. The continents were clustered together in the supercontinent of Laurasia, and vast, shallow, freshwater swamps and meandering rivers dominated the landscape. The land, while sparsely vegetated compared to today, was no longer barren. Early mosses, ferns, and primitive trees formed lush, humid environments along the water's edge. The air was rich with oxygen, a byproduct of photosynthetic life. The aquatic world, particularly these shallow, stagnant waterways, was teeming with life, but also fraught with challenges. Oxygen levels in the water could fluctuate dramatically, and competition for resources was fierce. It was in these challenging environments that a remarkable lineage of lobe-finned fishes began to develop adaptations that would one day allow their descendants to walk on dry land. For many years, the fossil record presented a significant gap between fully aquatic fish and the earliest true four-legged vertebrates, or tetrapods. This gap was often referred to as the missing link, a term that, while popular, can be misleading, as evolution is a continuous branching process, not a linear chain. However, the search for transitional fossils that exhibited both fish-like and tetrapod-like features continued, driven by a desire to understand the precise mechanisms of this incredible transition. Then, in 2004, a team of paleontologists led by Neil Shubin, Edward Deichler, and Farish Jenkins made a breathtaking discovery on Ellesmere Island in the Canadian Arctic. In the red shales of the Fram Formation, they unearthed the remarkably well-preserved remains of a creature that perfectly fit the description of a transitional form, Tiktaalik rosei. The name itself, Tiktaalik, is derived from the Inuktitut language, meaning large, shallow water fish, a fitting tribute to both its habitat and its pivotal role in evolutionary history. The significance of this find was immediately apparent to the scientific community. Let us consider the anatomy of Tiktaalik, for it is in its unique blend of features that its importance lies. At first glance, Tiktaalik would have resembled a large, somewhat flattened fish, perhaps 2 to 3 meters in length. It possessed scales and fins, hallmarks of its fish ancestry. However, a closer inspection reveals a suite of features that are unequivocally tetrapod-like. Its most striking feature was its flattened skull, which was distinct from the conical, hydrodynamic heads of typical fish. This flattened skull, with eyes positioned on top, strongly suggests that Tiktaalik spent a significant amount of time looking upwards, perhaps lying in wait in shallow water, peering out of the water, or even navigating across muddy substrates. Even more compelling were its pectoral fins. While still fins, they were remarkably robust and contained bones homologous to the wrist bones and simple digits found in the limbs of land-dwelling animals. Unlike the fins of most fish, which are supported by delicate fin rays, Tiktaalik's fins were more muscular and flexible, capable of supporting its body weight. This anatomical arrangement strongly suggests that Tiktaalik could use its front fins to prop itself up, push itself along, or even walk on the shallow bottom, or perhaps briefly pull itself out of the water onto banks or logs. It wasn't walking in the way a lizard does, but it was certainly a much more capable form of locomotion on a solid surface than any fish before it. Furthermore, Tiktaalik possessed large, interlocking ribs that were much more robust than those of typical fish. These strong ribs would have provided crucial support for its internal organs against the relentless pull of gravity outside of water, a challenge that aquatic creatures never face. The presence of a mobile neck, another deviation from fish anatomy, allowed Tiktaalik to move its head independently of its body, an essential adaptation for navigating a complex, three-dimensional environment like a swampy floodplain where it would need to look around for food or predators. Fish, in contrast, typically move their entire body to change direction. The environment in which Tiktaalik lived was key to understanding its evolutionary trajectory. These were shallow, murky, and often oxygen-poor waters. The ability to briefly venture out of the water, or at least to breathe air at the surface, would have offered significant advantages. Escaping aquatic predators into areas too shallow for them, seeking out new food sources, such as insects and early invertebrates, thriving on land, or simply surviving periods of low oxygen in stagnant pools, could have been powerful selective pressures. Tiktaalik's ability to use its fins to prop itself up would have been invaluable in such conditions, allowing it to access the oxygen-rich air above the water's surface. The term fishapod was coined to describe Tiktaalik, perfectly encapsulating its transitional nature, a mosaic of fish and tetrapod characteristics. It wasn't a fully terrestrial animal, and it almost certainly spent the majority of its life in the water. but it possessed the anatomical prerequisites that would, over subsequent millions of years and many generations, lead to the diversification of true land-dwelling vertebrates. Its discovery provided compelling evidence for the evolutionary pathway from fins to limbs, from gills to lungs, and from a fully aquatic existence to a life on land. Tiktaalik's place in the broader context of tetrapod evolution is profoundly significant. It fits neatly into the fossil record, bridging the gap between earlier lobe-finned fishes like Eusthenopteron and the first true amphibians like Ichthyostega and Acanthostega. Eusthenopteron, a more completely aquatic fish, already possessed the basic skeletal elements that would evolve into limbs, but its fins were still very much fish-like. Ichthyostega and Acanthostega, while still very tied to water, exhibited fully formed limbs with digits, suggesting a more terrestrial, or at least amphibious, existence. Tiktaalik represents that crucial intermediate step, demonstrating the evolutionary tinkering that occurred as fins became more robust and limb-like, and as the skull and ribcage adapted for life out of water. The challenges of moving onto land were immense. Respiration was one. Gills are efficient in water, but useless in air. Lungs were necessary. Support against gravity was another. Water buoyancy provides support, but on land, a strong skeleton and musculature are required. Locomotion became a completely different problem, demanding limbs instead of fins. Reproduction, too, presented hurdles, as fish eggs require water for fertilization and development. Finally, avoiding desiccation, drying out, was a constant threat for creatures leaving their watery abode. Tiktaalik showed early adaptations to some of these challenges, particularly in skeletal support and potentially air breathing. The legacy of Tiktaalik is immense. Its discovery cemented our understanding of how vertebrates made the monumental leap from water to land. It provided a powerful rebuttal to arguments against evolution that pointed to perceived missing links in the fossil record. More importantly, it illuminated the gradual, step-by-step process of evolution, showing how pre-existing structures can be co-opted and modified for entirely new functions. The robust fins of Tiktaalik, originally evolved for navigating shallow, cluttered aquatic environments, became the precursors to the limbs that would eventually allow reptiles, birds, and mammals to walk, run, fly, and climb. It is important to remember that evolution is not a ladder of progress with Tiktaalik as a direct ancestor of every land animal. Rather, it is a vast, branching tree. Tiktaalik represents one successful lineage that explored the possibilities of life on the margins of water and land. Its adaptations proved to be remarkably successful, and its descendants would go on to diversify into the myriad forms of amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals that populate our planet today. The terror on land aspect of its story isn't about its predatory prowess in a conventional sense, but rather the awe-inspiring terror of the unknown, the challenge of a new environment, and the incredible evolutionary audacity required for a fish to begin venturing onto solid ground. The story of Tiktaalik is a testament to the power of scientific inquiry, the beauty of the fossil record, and the incredible journey of life. From the muddy Devonian swamps, a fish-like creature with a flattened head and limb-like fins took its first tentative steps onto land, forever changing the course of evolution and paving the way for all terrestrial vertebrates, including ourselves. It is a reminder that our own distant origins lie not in the trees, but in the ancient waters, and that the journey from fin to foot was one of the most remarkable chapters in the epic saga of life on Earth. The discovery of Tiktaalik is not just a scientific achievement. It is a moment of profound connection to our ancient past, a glimpse into the very essence of life's relentless drive to explore, adapt, and conquer new frontiers. The ancient world, particularly during the Devonian period, was a place teeming with incredible life forms many of which would seem utterly alien to our modern eyes. Among the most awe-inspiring denizens of these primordial waters was Hyneria, a name that conjures images of immense power and predatory might. This was no ordinary fish. It was a true leviathan of its era, a freshwater apex predator that lorded over the rivers and estuaries of what would one day become Pennsylvania, United States, some 365 million years ago. To imagine Hyneria is to picture a creature of formidable scale, a true hunter in a world where vertebrates were still largely confined to the aquatic realm, though on the very cusp of their great terrestrial exodus. Its very presence in the fossil record paints a vivid picture of a dynamic and often dangerous ecosystem, a testament to the relentless march of evolution and the remarkable diversity of life that has graced our planet. Hyneria stands as a monumental example of the adaptive success of lobe-finned fishes, a group that holds a particularly significant place in the grand narrative of life's history, foreshadowing the emergence of all land-dwelling vertebrates. The story of Hyneria's discovery is one of patient geological detective work and the thrilling realization of finding something truly exceptional. The first fragments of this colossal fish were unearthed and described by Alfred Sherwood Romer in 1941. Romer, a celebrated paleontologist, had the insight to recognize that these scattered remains belonged to a large and formidable sarcopterygian, or lobe-finned fish, though the full scope of its size and significance remained somewhat elusive at that point. For decades, Hyneria remained largely a name in scientific literature, known from tantalizing but incomplete evidence. However, the true breakthrough came much later, particularly in the mid-1990s. A series of excavations near the town of Hyneria in north-central Pennsylvania began to unearth more substantial and revealing fossil material. This region, particularly the exposures of the Catskill Formation, is a paleontological treasure trove, preserving the remnants of an ancient river delta system from the late Devonian period. It was during these sustained efforts, spearheaded by paleontologists like Dr. Edward B. Deichler from the Academy of Natural Sciences of Drexel University, that more complete skeletal elements of Hyneria began to emerge. These later discoveries included substantial portions of its skull, jaws, and parts of its distinctive paired fins. Each new bone added another piece to the puzzle, allowing scientists to reconstruct a far more accurate and impressive image of this ancient predator. The meticulous work of excavating these fossils from the ancient red beds, carefully cleaning them, and then studying their intricate anatomical details was a painstaking process. It was through this dedicated effort that Hyneria slowly emerged from the stone, transitioning from a collection of enigmatic fragments to a majestic and fearsome creature that once dominated its watery domain. The fossil sites themselves offer a window into a bygone world, with the rock layers revealing not just the bones of Hyneria, but also the remains of other fish, early amphibians, and plant life, all contributing to a comprehensive understanding of its environment. When we attempt to reconstruct Hyneria's appearance, the word that immediately comes to mind is imposing. Estimates suggest that this freshwater giant could reach lengths of 10 to 12 feet, and some particularly optimistic figures even push that closer to 14 feet, making it one of the largest known fish of the Devonian period. To put that into perspective, imagine a fish as long as a small car, gliding through ancient river systems. Its body was robust and muscular, indicative of immense power, especially in its tail, which would have propelled it through the water with explosive force. The most striking features of Hyneria, however, would have been its massive head and formidable jaws. The skull was large, and within its wide gape were rows of razor-sharp, dagger-like teeth, designed for seizing and holding large prey. Some of these teeth were quite substantial, clearly meant for a diet of sizable animals. Adding to its predatory arsenal, Hyneria possessed a series of smaller, needle-like teeth lining its palate, further ensuring that once prey was caught, escape was a near impossibility. Beyond its predatory dentition, Hyneria's scales were also notable. They were thick, bony, and gonoid in nature, providing significant protection against attacks from other large predators, or perhaps even from its own kind. This heavy armor would have made it a formidable opponent in any aquatic confrontation. However, perhaps the most significant anatomical feature of Hyneria, especially in the context of evolutionary history, were its fins. As a sarcopterygian, Hyneria possessed distinctive lobe-like fins. Unlike the ray-finned fishes we are mostly familiar with today, whose fins are supported by delicate bony rays radiating from the body, Hyneria's fins were fleshy and muscular, containing a central skeletal element that articulated with the shoulder or pelvic girdle. These lobe fins, particularly the pectoral and pelvic fins, bore a striking resemblance to the limb bones of early tetrapods, the four-limbed vertebrates that would eventually colonize land. While Hyneria was unequivocally an aquatic creature, its fin structure offers a profound glimpse into the evolutionary innovations that were occurring during the Devonian. These fins were likely used not just for propulsion, but also for maneuvering in complex environments, perhaps even for propping itself up on the substrate of riverbeds or holding itself steady in currents. The musculature within these fleshy lobes would have allowed for greater control and power than simple ray fins, enabling precise movements and powerful thrusts during a hunt. The overall impression of Hyneria, therefore, is one of a perfectly adapted, large-bodied aquatic predator, equipped with the tools for both offense and defense, and possessing an anatomical blueprint that hinted at the incredible future of vertebrate life. Hyneria inhabited the freshwater river systems and estuarine environments of the late Devonian period, a geological epoch spanning approximately 374 to 359 million years ago. This period is often referred to as the Age of Fish due to the incredible diversification of aquatic vertebrates, but it was also a time of profound terrestrial change. On land, the first forests were beginning to emerge, dominated by giant club mosses, horsetails, and ferns, creating lush, humid environments that were a stark contrast to the barren landscapes of earlier eras. The oxygen levels were not as high as they would become later in the Carboniferous, but still supported robust ecosystems. These developing terrestrial ecosystems profoundly influenced the aquatic environments, as decaying plant matter and sediments were washed into the rivers, creating nutrient-rich waters. The fossil beds where Hyneria remains are found, particularly the Catskill Formation, provide a rich tapestry of this ancient environment. These strata represent ancient floodplains, meandering rivers, and deltic systems, much like the Amazon or Mississippi deltas of today, albeit on a more ancient scale. The climate of this region during the late Devonian would have been warm and humid, supporting a vibrant array of aquatic life alongside Hyneria. Other inhabitants of these waters included various armored placoderms, the heavily armored, plate-skinned fish, which were themselves formidable predators, though perhaps less agile than Hyneria. Also present were smaller, ray-finned fish, early sharks, and indeed, other lobe-finned fish, some of which were closer relatives to the lineage that would eventually give rise to tetrapods. The very early ancestors of amphibians, known as early tetrapods or fishopods, were also beginning to make their appearance, tentatively exploring the shallow waters and perhaps even venturing onto the muddy banks. These nascent land dwellers would have represented a potential food source for a predator of Hyneria's size and prowess. The water itself was likely somewhat turbid due to sediment load, and the riverbeds would have been muddy and silty, punctuated by submerged logs and aquatic vegetation, providing ample ambush points for a large predator. The ecological relationships within this environment were complex, with a web of predators and prey, and Hyneria sat firmly at the top of its food chain, a formidable presence in a world that was rapidly evolving, both in and out of the water. Given its impressive size, powerful jaws, and formidable dentition, Hyneria was unequivocally an apex predator in its freshwater domain. its hunting strategy was likely one of ambush and explosive attack. Imagine this massive fish lurking in the murky depths, hidden amidst submerged vegetation or along a riverbank, its dark scales blending with the silty water. When a suitable prey item, perhaps a large placoderm, or even one of the early tetrapods venturing into the shallows, came within striking distance, Hyneria would have unleashed a sudden, powerful burst of speed, propelled by its muscular tail. Its wide mouth would have opened, revealing those rows of dagger-like teeth, snapping shut with immense force to capture its victim. The large, sharp teeth were perfectly adapted for piercing and holding slippery prey, preventing escape. Its robust skull and strong jaw musculature would have allowed it to exert considerable biting force, enabling it to subdue and dispatch even heavily armored fish. The presence of smaller teeth on the palate suggests that once caught, prey would have been further secured and perhaps manipulated before being swallowed whole or in large pieces. Hyneria's diet would have consisted primarily of other large fish, given the abundance of diverse fish species in the Devonian. However, it is also highly probable that it preyed upon early tetrapods, those transitional vertebrates that were beginning to explore the shallow waters and muddy terrestrial fringes. These creatures, while perhaps not yet fully terrestrial, would have been vulnerable targets for a large aquatic predator. Being at the top of the food chain, Hyneria would have played a critical role in shaping the dynamics of its ecosystem, keeping populations of other large fish in check and acting as a significant selective pressure on the developing forms of life in the water. Its movements would have been powerful and deliberate, capable of navigating strong currents and perhaps even traversing between different bodies of water during flood events. The lifestyle of Hyneria was one of a dominant hunter, commanding respect through its sheer size and the effectiveness of its predatory adaptations. Hyneria occupies a profoundly important position in the evolutionary narrative of life on Earth. As a sarcopterygian, or lobe-finned fish, it belongs to the very group of fish from which all tetrapods, including amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals, ourselves included, eventually evolved. While Hyneria itself was not a direct ancestor to land-dwelling vertebrates, it represents a highly successful and highly adapted branch of that lineage. Its existence during the late Devonian, a pivotal time when life was making its monumental leap from water to land, is particularly significant. The internal skeletal structure of Hyneria's fleshy fins, with their robust bones homologous to the limb bones of early tetrapods, serves as a powerful illustration of the evolutionary pathway. These fin bones, while still part of an aquatic appendage, contained the rudimentary elements that would, over many millions of years, be modified and refined into the weight-bearing limbs capable of supporting a body on land. Hyneria shows us how these features were already present and functional within a fully aquatic context, providing a pre-adaptation for terrestrial locomotion. Studying Hyneria and other lobe-finned fish from this period helps paleontologists understand the environmental pressures and anatomical changes that facilitated the water-to-land transition. It demonstrates that the development of limb-like structures did not suddenly appear when vertebrates decided to walk on land, but rather evolved incrementally within aquatic environments for purposes such as navigating complex underwater terrain, bracing against currents, or perhaps even ambushing prey. Hyneria stands as a powerful reminder of the deep connection between aquatic and terrestrial life, an enduring testament to the transformative power of natural selection over vast stretches of geological time. Its fossils offer invaluable insights into one of the most defining moments in the history of life on Earth, shedding light on the anatomical and ecological context from which our own distant ancestors emerged. In conclusion, Hyneria was far more than just a big fish. It was a formidable giant of the late Devonian, a powerful freshwater predator that commanded its ancient riverine domain. Its discovery and the subsequent study of its unique anatomical features have provided critical insights into the world of the Devonian period and, more importantly, into the grand narrative of vertebrate evolution. As a lobe-finned fish, it was a cousin, albeit a distant one, to the very lineage that would ultimately step out of the water and onto land, setting the stage for the incredible diversity of terrestrial life we see today. Hyneria's story is a vivid chapter in the Earth's ancient history, a testament to the incredible forms that life took in its long journey of diversification and adaptation, reminding us of the deep connections that bind all living creatures across the vast expanses of geological time. Imagine a world where the air hummed with the buzz of colossal insects, where the ground beneath your feet was not just trod upon by the nascent reptiles and amphibians, but also by invertebrates of truly astonishing size. This was the Carboniferous period, a time between approximately 359 and 299 million years ago, often referred to as the Coal Age, due to the vast deposits of fossilized plant matter that define it. And among the most spectacular and genuinely mind-boggling inhabitants of this lush, oxygen-rich era was Arthropleura. This was no ordinary millipede, no small, scurrying creature you might find beneath a log today. Arthropleura was a true titan of the terrestrial invertebrate world, a segmented behemoth that could stretch longer than a grown human, a living, breathing, multi-legged testament to a period of unparalleled gigantism in arthropods. Its very existence challenges our modern perceptions of how large land-dwelling invertebrates can grow, offering a fascinating glimpse into a past when the ecological rules were seemingly different and the scale of creepy crawlies reached truly epic proportions. Its legacy continues to intrigue scientists and enthusiasts alike, forcing us to consider the unique conditions that allowed such an incredible creature to thrive. The story of Arthropleura's discovery is one that stretches back to the Victorian era, a time of burgeoning scientific exploration and a growing fascination with the Earth's ancient past. The first recognized fossil remains of Arthropleura were described by the eminent British paleontologist Henry Woodward in 1882. These initial discoveries, often fragmentary, were made in the rich coal fields of Europe, particularly in countries like England and Germany, where the ancient Carboniferous swamps had left behind a wealth of fossilized life. The sheer size of the segmented body plates and tracks indicated that these belonged to an invertebrate of truly unprecedented dimensions. Over the ensuing decades, further discoveries were made, both in Europe and across the Atlantic in North America, particularly in regions known for their Carboniferous coal seams. These finds included more complete articulated segments of the exoskeleton, along with fossilized trackways known as diplacnites and Arthropleura. The trackways were especially crucial as they provided direct evidence of how these enormous creatures moved across the ancient landscape, leaving behind trails that sometimes spanned many feet. Paleontologists meticulously pieced together these fragmented remains, akin to solving an enormous jigsaw puzzle, slowly revealing the true scale and morphology of this giant arthropod. Each new fossil discovery added to the picture, refining estimates of its length and width, and providing clues about its body plan and locomotion. The excavation process was often challenging, as the fossils were frequently found within the dense, brittle shales and sandstones associated with coal deposits. However, the scientific payoff was immense. The cumulative evidence from these numerous fossil sites painted a clear picture of Arthropleura as the largest terrestrial invertebrate known to science, a truly astonishing creature that defied modern expectations of arthropod size. The ongoing study of these fossils continues to provide insights into the unique environment and conditions that allowed such gigantism to flourish during the Carboniferous period, further cementing Arthropleura's status as a pivotal and captivating figure in paleontological history. When one attempts to describe Arthropleura, the primary characteristic that dominates the imagination is its sheer, unbelievable size. This was the largest known terrestrial invertebrate to ever scuttle across the Earth's surface. While exact measurements vary slightly depending on the fossil and the estimation method, the largest specimens suggest lengths of up to 8 feet 6 inches, or approximately 2.6 meters, and a width of around 18 inches, or 45 centimeters. To put that into perspective, this is roughly the length of a small car or a substantial bed, and wide enough to comfortably cover the entire torso of an adult human. Its body, like that of modern millipedes, was highly segmented, consisting of numerous overlapping plates, or tergites, which formed a robust yet flexible exoskeleton. These segments were not perfectly circular but rather flattened, giving Arthropleura a somewhat pancake-like appearance when viewed from above. This flattened body plan would have been advantageous for navigating the dense undergrowth and leaf litter of the carboniferous swamp forests, allowing it to easily slip through tangled vegetation. Each segment would have borne multiple pairs of legs, though the total number of legs was likely far fewer proportionally than that of a modern millipede, despite its enormous size. Estimates suggest it could have had anywhere from 40 to 70 pairs of legs, which would have provided a powerful, wave-like motion for locomotion, allowing it to move with a slow, deliberate, yet powerful gait. The exoskeleton itself would have been composed of chitin, a tough and resilient polysaccharide, reinforced with calcium carbonate, providing both protection and structural support for such a massive body. This armor would have been essential defense against the early amphibians and reptiles that were also beginning to diversify during this period. While direct fossil evidence of its head and mouth parts is rare, reconstructions suggest it would have had a relatively small head in comparison to its immense body, equipped with mandibles for processing plant matter. Crucially, Arthropleura, like other arthropods, would have breathed through a system of spiracles and tracheae, tubes that delivered oxygen directly to its tissues. The efficiency of this respiratory system, particularly in the context of the high atmospheric oxygen levels of the Carboniferous, is often cited as a key factor enabling its colossal size. Without such an efficient way to oxygenate its immense body, such a large invertebrate would have been unable to sustain itself. The sheer scale of Arthropleura truly beggars belief, challenging our preconceptions of what is possible in the world of invertebrates and painting a vivid picture of an ancient world dominated by giant forms. Arthropleura thrived in the vast, humid, and remarkably lush swamp forests of the Carboniferous period. This geological epoch is renowned for its extensive coal deposits, which are essentially the fossilized remains of the colossal vegetation that characterized these ancient wetlands. Imagine an incredibly dense, almost impenetrable jungle, dominated not by flowering trees as we know them today, but by towering club mosses such as Lepidodendron and Sigillaria, some reaching heights of 100 feet or more, alongside giant horsetails like calamites and an abundance of enormous ferns. The undergrowth would have been thick with decaying plant matter, fallen logs, and a constant replenishment of fresh, nutrient-rich organic debris. The climate during the Carboniferous was globally warm and very humid, creating ideal conditions for widespread, luxuriant plant growth. Much of what is now temperate North America and Europe lay near the equator during this time, contributing to the consistent warmth and moisture. A crucial environmental factor that enabled the extraordinary gigantism observed in Arthropleura and many other arthropods of the Carboniferous was the elevated atmospheric oxygen levels. Scientific estimates suggest that oxygen concentrations during this period could have reached as high as 35%, significantly higher than the approximate 21% we breathe today. This hyperoxic atmosphere would have dramatically increased the efficiency of the arthropod respiratory system, which, unlike vertebrate lungs, relies on direct diffusion of oxygen through a network of tracheae. Higher oxygen partial pressure allowed for a greater diffusion gradient, enabling oxygen to penetrate more deeply into tissues and support larger body sizes without the constraint of insufficient oxygen delivery. This high oxygen environment also likely played a role in suppressing the growth of fungi that break down wood, contributing to the vast accumulation of plant matter that eventually formed coal. The ground itself would have been soft, often waterlogged, and covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves, spores, and wood. Arthropleura would have moved slowly and deliberately through this dense environment, its segmented body and numerous legs providing stability and propulsion over uneven terrain. Other inhabitants of these swamps included early amphibians and reptiles, many of which were themselves growing to considerable sizes, along with various smaller invertebrates and primitive fish in the abundant waterways. The Carboniferous swamp forests were a unique and vibrant ecosystem, a world of unparalleled biological production, and Arthropleura was a dominant, albeit slow-moving, presence within it, a true colossus of the ancient undergrowth. Despite its truly fearsome size, the prevailing scientific consensus suggests that Arthropleura was not a predator, but rather a herbivore, or more specifically, a detritivore. Its mouthparts, though rarely preserved in detail, appear to be adapted for chewing and grinding, consistent with a diet of plant material. Unlike the powerful, tearing mandibles of predatory centipedes, Arthropleura's mouth structure points towards a more gentle, albeit constant, feeding strategy. Its diet would have consisted primarily of decaying plant matter, fallen leaves, rotting wood, and perhaps even spores and pollen. Imagine this enormous, segmented creature slowly but continuously munching its way through the abundant leaf litter and soft, decaying vegetation that carpeted the Carboniferous swamp floors. Its sheer size would have necessitated a massive intake of food to sustain its metabolic needs, meaning it would have spent a significant portion of its life consuming the vast organic bounty of its environment. Movement for Arthropleura would have been a slow, deliberate crawl, relying on the coordinated wave-like motion of its many legs. Each segment would have lifted and pushed forward in sequence, creating a smooth, albeit unhurried, progression. This method of locomotion is efficient for moving over uneven terrain and through dense undergrowth, allowing it to navigate the challenging environment of the Carboniferous swamps. While not a predator, its immense size and robust exoskeleton would have offered significant protection from any potential threats. Early amphibians and reptiles, while present, would likely have found such a large and heavily armored creature difficult to subdue. Arthropleura's primary defense was its bulk and its tough outer shell. It was probably a rather peaceful giant, constantly feeding and slowly traversing its swampy habitat. Its ecological role would have been vital as a primary decomposer, helping to break down the enormous amounts of organic matter produced by the Carboniferous forests. By recycling nutrients and contributing to the decomposition process, Arthropleura would have played a crucial part in maintaining the health and productivity of these highly productive ecosystems. Its lifestyle was one of a relentless, giant-sized scavenger, silently contributing to the very cycle of life and death that shaped its ancient world. Arthropleura holds an incredibly significant place in the history of life on Earth, primarily as the largest known terrestrial invertebrate to have ever existed. Its very existence is a powerful testament to the unique conditions of the Carboniferous period, particularly the hyperoxic atmosphere that allowed arthropods to achieve such colossal sizes. The conventional wisdom regarding arthropod size limits is largely based on their respiratory system, where oxygen diffuses directly into tissues. Higher oxygen levels effectively remove this constraint, enabling the evolution of larger body plans. Arthropleura, therefore, serves as a living, albeit fossilized example of this evolutionary principle in action. It is a member of the myriapod group, which includes modern-day millipedes and centipedes. While not a direct ancestor of any specific modern species, it represents a highly successful lineage that reached its zenith during a time of unparalleled invertebrate gigantism. The decline and eventual extinction of Arthropleura and other Carboniferous giants are closely linked to the environmental changes that occurred towards the end of the Carboniferous and into the Permian period. As the supercontinent Pangaea began to assemble, the climate became drier, leading to the decline of the vast swamp forests. Crucially, atmospheric oxygen levels also began to fall, reducing the advantage that had allowed arthropods to grow so large. Simultaneously, vertebrates, particularly reptiles, were becoming increasingly diverse and efficient, developing more effective predatory strategies and superior respiratory systems that were not as constrained by oxygen availability. These factors likely contributed to the demise of Arthropleura and the end of the era of giant insects and their kin. Arthropleura's legacy, however, extends far beyond its geological demise. It stands as a powerful reminder of the dynamic interplay between life and its environment, showcasing how atmospheric conditions can profoundly influence the evolutionary trajectory and maximum size of organisms. It continues to fascinate and inspire, a giant among giants, a true icon of a bygone era where invertebrates reigned supreme in size, reminding us that the history of life is filled with forms both familiar and utterly extraordinary. In conclusion, Arthropleura was an absolutely astonishing creature, a true giant among the invertebrates that walked the Earth during the Carboniferous period. Its immense size, reaching lengths of over 8 feet, makes it the largest terrestrial arthropod known to science, a testament to the unique environmental conditions, particularly the high atmospheric oxygen levels, of its era. While it was likely a slow-moving herbivore, constantly processing the abundant decaying plant matter of the lush swamp forests, its sheer scale and robust exoskeleton would have made it a formidable presence. Arthropleura's fossil record provides invaluable insights into the dynamics of ancient ecosystems and the remarkable evolutionary potential of life under specific planetary conditions. It remains a captivating symbol of the Carboniferous Coal Age, a period of unparalleled biological production and the flourishing of some of the most incredible creatures our planet has ever hosted. Imagine a world incredibly ancient, where the very air felt different, heavier perhaps, and certainly richer than what we breathe today. This was the Carboniferous period, a time spanning roughly 60 million years, from about 359 million years ago to 299 million years ago. It was a period characterized by vast, sprawling swamps and forests, often referred to as coal forests, due to the immense deposits of organic matter they left behind, which eventually became the coal seams we mine today. Within these steamy, primeval landscapes, life had already diversified significantly, but some forms reached truly astonishing proportions, forms that would seem utterly fantastical to our modern eyes. Among the most striking of these was a creature known as Meganura, an ancient arthropod that bore a striking resemblance to a modern dragonfly, but one that had been scaled up to an almost unbelievable degree. This magnificent insect, whose name literally translates to large-nerved, a reference to the prominent veining in its wings, was not merely a large insect for its time, it was, by modern standards, a true behemoth. While contemporary dragonflies might boast a wingspan of a few inches, or perhaps up to 6 inches for some of the larger tropical species, Meganura's wingspan could reach an incredible 75 centimeters, or about 30 inches. To put that into perspective, that's roughly the wingspan of a modern-day crow or a small hawk. Picture that immense creature with its 2 pairs of broad, delicate wings, each one intricately veined, shimmering as it darted through the humid Carboniferous air, a living testament to a bygone era when the rules of biology seemed to allow for such immense insectoid forms. It wasn't a dragonfly in the strictest sense, not belonging to the modern order Odonata, but rather an extinct order called Meganisoptera, a group that included some of the largest flying insects ever to have existed. However, its superficial resemblance to our modern dragonflies, both in form and presumed predatory aerial lifestyle, has led to its common appellation as the giant dragonfly. The discovery of Meganura is a fascinating tale that takes us back to the late 1800s. The very first fossil remains were unearthed in the coal fields of Commentry, France, in the year 1884. It was the French paleontologist Charles Brongniart who meticulously studied these remarkable finds and officially described the species in 1884. Imagine the excitement, and perhaps a touch of disbelief, at uncovering such a colossal insect fossil. The sheer scale of it must have challenged contemporary understanding of insect biology and the limits of how large these creatures could grow. Further discoveries, particularly in other parts of Europe and even in North America, provided more pieces of the puzzle, allowing scientists to reconstruct a more complete picture of this magnificent ancient flyer. These fossils, often preserved in fine-grained, sedimentary rocks like shales, beautifully capture the delicate venation of the wings and the general outline of its robust body. Studying these impressions allows paleontologists to deduce much about its flight mechanics, its metabolism, and even its ecological role within the ancient ecosystem. One of the most compelling questions surrounding Meganura, and indeed many other giant arthropods of the Carboniferous period, is how they managed to achieve such colossal sizes. The most widely accepted explanation, supported by a great deal of scientific evidence, points to the atmospheric composition of the Carboniferous period. During this time, the Earth's atmosphere was significantly richer in oxygen than it is today. Estimates suggest that oxygen levels might have been as high as 30 to 35%, compared to the 21% we have now. This elevated oxygen content is crucial because insects, unlike vertebrates, do not have lungs. Instead, they breathe through a system of tubes called tracheae, which branch throughout their bodies and deliver oxygen directly to their tissues. This tracheal system relies on passive diffusion. The oxygen simply moves from areas of higher concentration, the outside air, to areas of lower concentration, inside the insect's body. The efficiency of this system is directly linked to the partial pressure of oxygen in the atmosphere. With higher oxygen levels, the diffusion process is far more efficient, allowing oxygen to penetrate deeper into the insect's tissues, even over greater distances within a larger body. Essentially, the abundance of oxygen removed a major physiological constraint on size that affects modern insects. Our present-day lower oxygen levels mean that the tracheal system becomes less efficient at larger body sizes, making it difficult for very large insects to get enough oxygen to their cells, especially in their innermost tissues. This limitation is often cited as the primary reason why today's insects don't reach the gargantuan dimensions of their Carboniferous ancestors. Beyond the oxygen hypothesis, other factors might have contributed to Meganura's immense size. The absence of significant aerial predators at the time could also have played a role. While there were other large arthropods and emerging amphibians, the skies were not yet dominated by swift-flying, highly efficient vertebrate predators like birds or even pterosaurs, which would evolve much later. This relative lack of predation pressure in the aerial environment might have allowed for the evolution of larger body sizes, as there was less selective pressure to remain small and agile to evade detection. Furthermore, the warm, humid conditions and abundant vegetation of the Carboniferous period would have provided a lush environment with plenty of food sources, supporting a robust food web capable of sustaining such large predators. The sheer biomass of the coal forests, teeming with other insects and small vertebrates, would have offered ample prey for an agile aerial hunter like Meganura. Imagine the daily life of a Meganura. It was almost certainly a formidable predator, much like its modern dragonfly relatives. Dragonflies today are highly efficient aerial hunters, capable of incredible acrobatic feats and catching prey mid-flight with remarkable precision. Meganura would have operated on an even grander scale. Its powerful wings, anchored to a robust thorax, would have allowed for rapid bursts of speed and sudden changes in direction. Its large, multifaceted eyes, characteristic of many insects, would have provided an almost 360-degree field of vision, crucial for spotting its prey and navigating through the dense canopy of ancient trees and ferns. Its diet would have consisted of other insects, which were also quite large during the Carboniferous, including ancient cockroaches, millipedes, and perhaps even early amphibians that ventured too close to the water's surface or were otherwise vulnerable. It might have patrolled the edges of vast swamps and open areas within the forests, swooping down to snatch unsuspecting victims. The Carboniferous landscape, with its extensive freshwater bodies and dense vegetation, would have provided an ideal habitat for Meganura, offering both ample hunting grounds and sheltered places for resting and reproduction. The larvae of Meganura, much like modern dragonfly nymphs, would have been aquatic, living in the murky waters of the Carboniferous swamps. These nymphs would have been predatory as well, likely feeding on smaller aquatic invertebrates, and perhaps even tiny fish or amphibian larvae, before undergoing metamorphosis and emerging as the colossal adults. The presence of such large aquatic larvae further reinforces the idea of an incredibly rich and productive aquatic ecosystem during this period. The eventual demise of the Meganura, and indeed many of the other giant arthropods, is often linked to the very environmental conditions that allowed them to thrive. As the Carboniferous period transitioned into the Permian, global climates began to change. There were significant shifts in atmospheric composition, with oxygen levels beginning to decline towards more modern levels. This reduction in atmospheric oxygen would have gradually made the tracheal system of very large insects less efficient, imposing a physiological limit on their maximum size. As oxygen levels dropped, smaller body sizes would have become more advantageous for efficient respiration. Additionally, the Permian saw the rise and diversification of new groups of vertebrates, including early reptiles, which were becoming increasingly dominant terrestrial and aerial predators. These more advanced predators, with their more efficient respiratory systems and often superior agility, would have put significant pressure on the large arthropods. The combination of declining oxygen levels and increased predation pressure likely contributed to the extinction of the Meganisoptera, including Meganura, making way for the evolution of smaller, more agile insect forms that characterize our modern world. Meganura stands as a profound reminder of the Earth's ancient past and the incredible diversity of life that has existed throughout its history. It challenges our preconceptions about the limits of insect size and provides a tangible link to a period when life forms, though perhaps alien in appearance, were subject to the same fundamental laws of physics and chemistry, albeit under different environmental parameters. Its existence is a powerful piece of evidence supporting the theory of how atmospheric oxygen levels can influence the gigantism of arthropods. Every time a new fossil is unearthed, it offers another glimpse into this distant world, helping paleontologists piece together the intricate tapestry of ancient ecosystems. The study of Meganura and similar creatures is not just about understanding a single species. It's about understanding the dynamics of global climate, atmospheric evolution, and the co-evolution of life forms on a planetary scale. It serves as a cautionary tale, too, about how environmental changes can profoundly impact the trajectory of life, leading to the rise and fall of entire groups of organisms. Even today, Meganura captures the imagination. It frequently appears in documentaries about prehistoric life, often depicted as a swift, silent killer patrolling the ancient swamps. Its image invokes a sense of awe and wonder, highlighting the almost fantastical nature of our planet's deep history. It's a creature that seems to belong more in a science fiction novel than in the annals of Earth's past, yet its fossils are real, tangible proof of its once vibrant existence. The sheer scale of it makes it an icon of the Carboniferous, a period often overlooked in popular culture in favor of the more dramatic dinosaur eras, but one that was pivotal in the evolution of terrestrial ecosystems. The legacy of Meganura is not just in its impressive size, but in what it tells us about the intricate dance between life and its environment over millions of years. It highlights the adaptive capabilities of life and how organisms can exploit unique environmental windows to achieve forms that seem impossible in other contexts. It's a testament to the dynamic nature of evolution, a process that is constantly responding to and shaping the conditions on our planet. The story of Meganura is a story of extremes, of a time when the very air itself allowed for the growth of creatures that defied modern expectations, painting a vivid picture of a world that was both familiar and profoundly alien. The careful analysis of fossil wings, particularly the detailed venation patterns, has allowed scientists to make educated guesses about Meganura's flight capabilities. While it wouldn't have been as agile or as fast as the most advanced modern dragonflies, which have evolved incredibly sophisticated flight mechanisms, it would have been a highly competent flyer for its size. The robust musculature needed to power such massive wings would have occupied a significant portion of its thorax, indicating a powerful engine for aerial locomotion. The sheer surface area of its wings would have provided significant lift, allowing it to remain airborne despite its considerable body mass. Its flight pattern might have involved more gliding and soaring than the rapid, darting movements seen in smaller, modern dragonflies, perhaps more akin to the flight of a large raptor, utilizing air currents to conserve energy while still being capable of powerful pursuit when hunting. The precision of its hunting would have been aided by its immense eyes, likely featuring an extraordinary number of ommatidia, the individual light-sensing units that make up a compound eye. This superior vision, combined with its size and power, would have made it an almost unchallenged aerial predator in its ecosystem. Understanding Meganura also requires an appreciation for the overall Carboniferous ecosystem. This was a world where amphibians were just beginning their terrestrial diversification, and early reptiles were starting to emerge. The dominant plant life included giant club mosses, horsetails, and towering tree ferns, forming dense, swampy forests that covered vast continental areas. This lush vegetation was crucial for the carbon cycle, as the massive amounts of organic matter produced were buried and eventually formed the coal deposits that define the period. The decomposition of this vegetation, under anaerobic conditions in the swamps, led to the buildup of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which, through complex geological processes, eventually contributed to the global warming and subsequent ice ages that followed this period. However, it was also a time of immense biological productivity. The rich plant life provided a base for a diverse invertebrate fauna, including various types of arthropods, from early spiders and millipedes to winged insects like Meganura. The sheer abundance of insect life would have provided a stable food source for such a large insectivore. The interconnectedness of these life forms is clear. The unique atmospheric conditions allowed the plants to flourish, which in turn supported the large invertebrate populations, which then provided prey for apex predators like Meganura. It was a delicately balanced, yet incredibly robust, ecosystem that sustained these giant forms for millions of years. The study of paleontology, the science that seeks to understand ancient life, is a meticulous process of piecing together clues from the fossil record. For Meganura, this involved not just the initial discovery, but decades of further research. Scientists analyze the sedimentary rocks in which the fossils are found, looking for clues about the ancient environment. Was it a swamp, a lake, a river system? They study the chemical composition of the rocks and the associated plant and animal fossils to paint a complete picture of the Carboniferous world. The sheer volume of data from hundreds of fossil sites around the globe allows for a comprehensive understanding of a period that existed hundreds of millions of years before humans walked the Earth. Meganura, therefore, is more than just an interesting fossil. It's a cornerstone in our understanding of insect evolution, atmospheric history, and the grand narrative of life on Earth. Its story is not just about a giant dragonfly. It is about the interplay of geological forces, atmospheric chemistry, and biological adaptation on a scale that is almost incomprehensible to us today. It remains an enduring symbol of a time when the rules of the natural world were subtly, yet profoundly, different, allowing for the reign of the true giants of the insect world. The wonder of its existence continues to inspire new generations of scientists and enthusiasts. encouraging them to delve deeper into the mysteries of our planet's ancient past. Just as the skies of the Carboniferous period were patrolled by enormous winged insects like Meganura, the forest floor and ancient swamps were home to their own set of colossal arthropods. Among the most fearsome and impressive of these was Pulmonoscorpius, a true giant among scorpions, whose very name, meaning breathing scorpion, alludes to its unique respiratory system and formidable size. Imagine walking through a primeval forest, dense with towering tree ferns and club mosses, the air thick with humidity, and then stumbling upon a creature that resembles a modern scorpion, but one that is the length of a small dog. This was the reality of the Carboniferous landscape, where Pulmonoscorpius reigned as a significant predator, a chilling testament to the scale that terrestrial invertebrates could achieve during this remarkable geological era. Pulmonoscorpius kirktonensis, the full scientific name for this magnificent beast, is known primarily from a single, remarkably well-preserved fossil discovered in the shale deposits of East Kirkton, West Lothian, Scotland, in the year 1985. This singular find, a partial fossil, including a segment of its prosoma or head region, and some legs, was enough for paleontologists to estimate its incredible dimensions. Based on these remains, scientists have deduced that Pulmonoscorpius could reach lengths of up to 70 centimeters, or nearly 2.5 feet. While that might not sound enormous in the context of dinosaur sizes, for an invertebrate, particularly an arachnid, it is absolutely gargantuan. Modern scorpions typically range from a few centimeters to perhaps 20 centimeters at the very largest. A 70-centimeter scorpion would have been an awe-inspiring, if terrifying, sight, easily capable of dominating its immediate environment. Its segmented body, 8 legs, powerful pedipalps, the claw-like appendages, and the characteristic tail ending in a venomous stinger would have made it an apex predator in its specific niche. The Carboniferous period, as we touched upon with Meganura, was a time of unusually high atmospheric oxygen levels. This elevated oxygen concentration is once again considered a primary factor in explaining the extraordinary size of Pulmonoscorpius. Like insects, scorpions breathe through a system that relies on passive diffusion. While insects use tracheae, scorpions and some other arachnids possess structures called book lungs. These are essentially stacks of thin, plate-like tissues resembling the pages of a book, which are highly vascularized and provide a large surface area for gas exchange. Air enters these book lungs through small openings in the exoskeleton called spiracles. The efficiency of oxygen uptake through these book lungs, much like the tracheal system in insects, is directly related to the partial pressure of oxygen in the ambient air. With oxygen levels estimated to be around 30 to 35%, the book lungs would have been far more efficient at delivering oxygen to the scorpion's large body tissues, thus circumventing the respiratory limitations that restrict the size of modern scorpions. In an atmosphere less oxygen-rich, a scorpion of Pulmonoscorpius's size would simply not be able to respire effectively enough to sustain its metabolic needs. Beyond the oxygen factor, the Carboniferous environment offered other advantages for the growth of such a large predator. The lush, extensive coal forests provided an incredibly rich ecosystem. The forest floor would have been teeming with other invertebrates, including large millipedes like Arthropleura, another Carboniferous giant that could reach lengths of over 2 meters, ancient cockroaches, and various other arthropods. This abundance of prey would have provided a consistent and ample food supply for a large predator like Pulmonoscorpius. The warm, humid conditions were also ideal, as scorpions, being ectothermic, cold-blooded, thrive in warmer climates. The relatively stable climate over millions of years would have allowed for sustained evolutionary pressures favoring larger size, especially in the absence of more advanced, larger vertebrate predators. While amphibians were diversifying and early reptiles were emerging, none of them were yet the dominant, agile, terrestrial predators that would characterize later periods. This might have left a vacant ecological niche that Pulmonoscorpius was able to fill, becoming a king of the forest floor. The lifestyle of Pulmonoscorpius would have been truly formidable. Scorpions today are nocturnal predators, using their keen sense of touch and vibration to detect prey, often ambushing them from hidden crevices or burrows. Pulmonoscorpius likely employed similar strategies, adapted to its immense size. Its powerful pedipalps would have been used to seize and crush prey, holding it firmly, while the characteristic telson, or stinger, delivered a potent dose of venom. The sheer size of its pedipalps suggests they were immensely strong, capable of grappling with and subduing even large armored arthropods. Its diet would have been varied, including other large invertebrates, such as the aforementioned millipedes, large insects, and perhaps even early smaller vertebrates that wandered too close, such as amphibians or small reptiles. Its 8 sturdy legs would have allowed it to navigate the dense undergrowth and debris of the Carboniferous forest floor with relative ease, despite its considerable weight. It would have been a ground-dwelling predator, likely relying on camouflage and ambush tactics, hiding among the leaf litter or beneath fallen logs, waiting for unsuspecting victims to pass by. The fossil evidence, though limited, points to a robust and heavily armored body, providing protection against potential rivals or the occasional larger amphibian. The unique conditions of the Carboniferous, with its extensive swamps and rapid burial of organic matter, played a crucial role not only in the life of Pulmonoscorpius, but also in its preservation. The fine-grained sediments, often laid down in anoxic conditions, lacking oxygen, were ideal for preserving delicate organic remains, allowing for the formation of remarkably detailed fossils. The discovery of the Pulmonoscorpius fossil in Scotland, specifically in the East Kirkton quarry, is significant because this site is known for its exceptionally preserved Carboniferous fossils, offering a snapshot of an ancient ecosystem. This particular fossil provided crucial insights into the morphology and estimated size of the creature, allowing paleontologists to understand its place within the Carboniferous food web. Reconstructing a complete picture from a partial fossil is a testament to the deductive power of paleontology, where careful analysis of morphology, comparison with living relatives, and understanding of environmental conditions combine to paint a vivid image of a long-extinct animal. The eventual disappearance of Pulmonoscorpius, like Meganura and many other Carboniferous giants, coincides with significant global environmental shifts. As the Carboniferous transitioned into the Permian period about 299 million years ago, there was a gradual but profound decrease in atmospheric oxygen levels. This reduction would have progressively limited the maximum size that terrestrial arthropods could achieve as their respiratory systems became less efficient. Furthermore, the Permian witnessed a continued diversification and evolution of terrestrial vertebrates, particularly reptiles, which became increasingly dominant and sophisticated predators. These new predators, with their more efficient lungs and often greater speed and agility, would have competed with and preyed upon the large arthropods, including scorpions. The changing climate also led to a reduction in the vast coal forests, as drier conditions became more prevalent in many regions. This environmental degradation would have disrupted the food chains and reduced the available habitat for large invertebrates, like Pulmonoscorpius, contributing to their decline and eventual extinction. It was a complex interplay of atmospheric changes, evolving ecosystems, and increased competition that ultimately spelled the end for these Carboniferous behemoths. Pulmonoscorpius, despite being known from relatively few fossil remains, holds an important place in our understanding of ancient life. It serves as a compelling example of evolutionary gigantism in arthropods, directly linked to the unique atmospheric conditions of the Carboniferous period. Its existence underscores the fact that the Earth's climate and atmospheric composition have fluctuated significantly over geological time, and these fluctuations have had profound impacts on the forms and sizes of life that could thrive. It's a creature that stirs both fascination and a primal sense of awe at the sheer scale of life that once roamed our planet. For many, the idea of a 2.5-foot scorpion is the stuff of nightmares, yet it was a real animal, an integral part of a functioning, albeit ancient, ecosystem. It challenges our modern perception of how big insects and arachnids can get, and reminds us that life on Earth has taken many incredible and often startling forms throughout its long history. The study of creatures like Pulmonoscorpius is not merely an exercise in describing ancient monsters. It provides invaluable data for understanding evolutionary biology, paleoclimatology, and paleoecology. By studying its anatomy and comparing it to modern scorpions, scientists can infer much about its behavior, its predatory tactics, and its ecological role. The fossil record, though incomplete, is a crucial window into past biodiversity and the processes that have shaped life on Earth. Pulmonoscorpius, therefore, stands as a powerful symbol of the Earth's deep history, a time when the very air allowed for the emergence of true invertebrate giants, creatures that reigned supreme in their respective niches before the world changed and a new set of rules came into play. Its story is a testament to the dynamic and ever-changing nature of life on our planet, and how environmental factors can sculpt the very form and function of its inhabitants. One can imagine the sensory world of Pulmonoscorpius. While scorpions are known for poor eyesight, relying instead on vibrations detected through specialized hairs on their legs and body, a scorpion of this size would have likely possessed an enhanced ability to detect ground tremors and movement. Its vast number of sensory hairs would have given it a detailed map of its immediate surroundings, allowing it to pinpoint prey with remarkable accuracy, even in the dark and cluttered undergrowth of the Carboniferous forest. Its powerful claws would have been used not just for subduing prey, but also for digging burrows, providing shelter from the elements or from any larger, emerging predators. These burrows would have been strategic ambush points, allowing the scorpion to burst forth and surprise its unsuspecting victims. The heavy exoskeleton would have offered significant protection, making it a formidable opponent for anything smaller than itself and a difficult meal for larger predators. The sheer mass and power of such a creature would have made it an unmistakable presence on the Carboniferous forest floor. The Carboniferous ecosystem, for all its exotic nature, was governed by the same ecological principles that operate today. There were producers, the vast forests, primary consumers, herbivorous arthropods and early vertebrates, and various levels of predators. Pulmonoscorpius occupied a high position in this food web as a formidable terrestrial predator. Its diet likely included the abundant millipedes, such as Arthropleura's smaller relatives, and the diverse array of terrestrial insects that were also present in the Carboniferous. The sheer biomass of these smaller arthropods would have been staggering, providing the energy base for such a large predator. The decomposition process in the swamps, creating the coal, also facilitated the preservation of these ancient creatures, giving us the rare opportunity to study them. The story of Pulmonoscorpius is inextricably linked to the story of the Carboniferous period itself, a time of unique environmental conditions that fostered an extraordinary burst of gigantism among terrestrial arthropods. It remains a captivating figure from deep time, a creature that pushes the boundaries of our imagination about what is possible in the natural world. The ongoing research into Pulmonoscorpius and other Carboniferous arthropods continues to shed light on the mysteries of this ancient world. Advances in imaging technologies allow paleontologists to study fossil remains in greater detail than ever before, sometimes even revealing internal structures. Comparative anatomy with modern arthropods helps to refine our understanding of their physiology and behavior. The discovery of new fossil sites, though rare, can provide additional fragments of information that help to complete the picture. Pulmonoscorpius, known from a single key find, exemplifies the importance of every fossil discovery, however fragmentary, in reconstructing the Earth's deep past. It stands as a reminder that life is incredibly adaptable and capable of flourishing in conditions that would be inhospitable or impossible for modern forms, creating a tapestry of biodiversity across geological time that is truly awe-inspiring. The immense size of this scorpion is not just a curiosity, It's a critical piece of evidence in the grand puzzle of life's evolutionary journey. The ancient world, particularly during the Devonian and Carboniferous periods, was a realm of profound change and burgeoning life. Among the most significant inhabitants of this transitional era were the creatures broadly grouped as Labyrinthodonts. These were not a formal taxonomic clade, but rather a fascinating informal assemblage of early tetrapods, representing a pivotal moment in vertebrate evolution, the move from water onto land. The very name, Labyrinthodont, hints at one of their most distinctive features: their teeth. Cut in cross-section, these teeth revealed a complex, infolded structure of enamel and dentin, resembling a miniature labyrinth. This unique dental architecture was more than just a curiosity. It was a testament to their predatory lifestyle, providing a strong, interlocking grip on struggling prey, a crucial adaptation for animals attempting to master a new environment. These creatures stood, or rather squatted, at the crossroads of piscine and terrestrial life. Their ancestors were lobe-finned fish, Sarcopterygians, whose fleshy, muscular fins contained skeletal elements that would, over vast stretches of time, evolve into the limbs of land vertebrates. Animals like Eusthenopteron, Panderichthys, and crucially, Tiktaalik, provide glimpses into this gradual transition, showcasing features like strong pectoral fins, flattening skulls, and even rudimentary necks that allowed for independent head movement. While Tiktaalik might have been able to prop itself up and peer above the water's surface, it was still largely a fish, albeit one poised on the brink of a revolution. The true labyrinthodonts, such as Ichthyostega and Acanthostega, represent the very first tetrapods, demonstrating a mosaic of fish-like and amphibian-like characteristics. They possessed limbs with digits, a defining feature of tetrapods, yet retained powerful tails with fin rays, and, in some cases, internal gills, indicating their continued reliance on water. Ichthyostega, for instance, had 7 digits on its hind limbs and a heavy, robust skeleton, suggesting it could haul itself onto land, perhaps to bask or to navigate between water bodies. Acanthostega, with its 8 digits and more aquatic skeletal features, was likely even more waterbound, using its limbs to maneuver in shallow, vegetated swamps rather than for extensive terrestrial excursions. Both, however, were undeniably predators, using their powerful jaws and labyrinthine teeth to snatch fish and other aquatic organisms, marking them as apex predators in their watery, transitional world. The Carboniferous period, often dubbed the Coal Age, saw the labyrinthodonts diversify and flourish. This was a world vastly different from our own, characterized by warm, humid conditions, extensive, swampy forests dominated by towering lycopod trees and giant horsetails, and an atmosphere significantly richer in oxygen than today. This lush environment provided an abundance of food, from fish and other aquatic life to the burgeoning insect population, some of which reached truly enormous sizes, like dragonflies with wingspans of 70 centimeters. This rich ecosystem was a perfect stage for the labyrinthodonts to become dominant predators. Within this broad group, several distinct lineages emerged, each with its own set of adaptations and ecological roles. The early forms, the Ichthyostegalians, were largely semi-aquatic, clinging to the water's edge. But as time progressed, the temnospondyls rose to prominence. This was an incredibly successful and diverse group of labyrinthodonts, ranging from small, newt-like forms to massive, crocodile-sized giants. Eriops, a well-known temnospondyl from North America, was a formidable predator, reaching up to 2 meters in length. Its broad, flat skull, powerful jaws, and sturdy limbs suggest it was an ambush hunter, probably lurking in shallow water or along the banks, ready to snap up any unsuspecting fish, smaller amphibians, or large invertebrates that came within range. Other temnospondyls, like Mastodonsaurus, were even larger, reaching lengths of 5 or 6 meters, and were almost certainly fully aquatic, dominating the Triassic freshwater ecosystems as colossal fish-eaters. The diversity within temnospondyls speaks to their adaptability. Some were clearly adapted for entirely aquatic lives, with flattened bodies and strong tails, while others developed more robust limbs and vertebral columns, allowing them to spend more time out of the water, though still needing to return to lay their eggs. Parallel to the temnospondyls, another significant group of labyrinthodonts, the anthracosaurs, were also evolving. These creatures are particularly important from an evolutionary perspective because they are thought to be more closely related to the lineage that would eventually give rise to reptiles. While many anthracosaurs, such as Hyneria, were aquatic predators, others, like Simoria, exhibited more terrestrial adaptations. Simoria, though technically still an amphibian due to its larval stage, possessed a remarkably reptile-like skeleton, with strong limbs and a more efficient vertebral column for supporting its weight on land. It was a stocky, robust animal, likely an active predator on land, hunting insects and other small vertebrates. The existence of creatures like Diadectes, an anthracosaurian labyrinthodont, which was surprisingly a herbivore, highlights the range of ecological niches these early tetrapods began to explore, demonstrating that not all labyrinthodonts were exclusively meat-eaters, even if the vast majority were indeed formidable predators. The anatomical features of labyrinthodonts were perfectly suited for their predatory existence in the swamps and waterways of the Paleozoic. Their namesake teeth, with their intricately folded enamel and dentine, provided exceptional strength and resistance to breakage, crucial for holding on to slippery, struggling prey. These teeth were conical and often slightly recurved, ensuring a firm grip. The skulls of many labyrinthodonts were broad and flattened, particularly in aquatic forms, which would have allowed them to present a wide gape and generate considerable biting force. Their powerful jaw muscles would have enabled a swift and decisive snap, while their limbs, typically robust and splayed out from the body, might seem clumsy by modern reptilian or mammalian standards. They were effective for propulsion in water and for supporting the body during brief excursions onto land. The pelvic and pectoral girdles were well developed, anchoring the limbs and providing leverage. Their reliance on water for reproduction was a defining characteristic of these early amphibians. Like modern amphibians, labyrinthodonts would have laid their eggs in water, and these eggs would have hatched into larval stages, similar to modern tadpoles, complete with external gills for aquatic respiration. These larvae would then undergo metamorphosis, losing their gills and developing lungs, enabling them to breathe air as adults. This aquatic dependency for reproduction was a major limiting factor on their terrestrial range. They could only venture so far from water sources before needing to return for breeding. Their skin, while offering some protection, was likely permeable, necessitating a moist environment to prevent desiccation. In terms of sensory perception, aquatic labyrinthodonts would have possessed a lateral line system, akin to that of fish, allowing them to detect vibrations and movements in the water, an invaluable tool for a predator. As they spent more time on land, their reliance on vision and potentially hearing would have increased. The lifestyle of these Paleozoic predators was one of constant adaptation. They were primarily denizens of freshwater environments, sluggish rivers, vast swamps, and ephemeral pools. Their diet would have consisted mainly of the abundant fish of the carboniferous seas and lakes, as well as other smaller amphibians, and a growing array of terrestrial invertebrates. They occupied the role of apex predators in many of these ecosystems, facing little competition from other land vertebrates in the early stages of their evolution. Their ectothermic nature meant they relied on external heat sources to regulate their body temperature, likely basking in the sun along the water's edge or submerging themselves in cooler water to avoid overheating. The reign of the labyrinthodonts, however, was not to last indefinitely. As the Permian period dawned, significant environmental changes began to sweep across the globe. The vast, humid coal swamps of the Carboniferous began to dry up, leading to more arid conditions. This climate shift was detrimental to creatures so reliant on moist environments and standing water for reproduction. Furthermore, New evolutionary innovations were on the horizon. The Anthracosaurian lineage, which already showed more terrestrial adaptations, gave rise to the amniotes, vertebrates that possessed the groundbreaking amniotic egg. This revolutionary egg, encased in a protective shell and containing a self-contained aquatic environment for the embryo, freed vertebrates from their reliance on external water bodies for reproduction. This was the dawn of the reptiles, and their superior adaptation for terrestrial life, including better water retention and more efficient locomotion, gave them a significant competitive advantage over the Labyrinthodonts. The Permian-Triassic extinction event, approximately 252 million years ago, a cataclysmic event that wiped out the vast majority of life on Earth, delivered a final, devastating blow to many labyrinthodont lineages. While some large temnospondyls managed to persist into the Triassic, particularly the highly aquatic forms like Mastodonsaurus, their overall diversity and dominance waned. Their ecological niches were increasingly filled by the rapidly diversifying reptiles, and later by crocodilians. The direct descendants of labyrinthodonts are believed to be the modern amphibians, the lysamphibians, which include frogs, salamanders, and caecilians. However, the precise phylogenetic relationship between these modern groups and the ancient labyrinthodonts remains a subject of ongoing scientific debate, with multiple hypotheses suggesting different labyrinthodont subgroups as their direct ancestors. Despite their eventual decline, the labyrinthodonts represent one of the most critical chapters in the history of life on Earth. Their fossil remains, discovered in locations ranging from the famous coal swamps of Joggins in Nova Scotia, Canada, to various sites across Europe, North America, and Australia, have provided invaluable insights into the monumental transition from water to land. They were the pioneers, the first vertebrates to truly begin exploring the terrestrial realm, driven by their predatory instincts and equipped with those distinctive, complex teeth. Their legacy lies not just in their unique biology, but in the very foundation they laid for the subsequent evolution of all land-dwelling vertebrates, including mammals and birds, transforming the ancient landscapes and setting the stage for the incredibly diverse ecosystems we see today. They were the amphibian predators who dared to venture out of the water, and in doing so, forever changed the course of life. The mid-Carboniferous period, around 312 million years ago, marks a monumental turning point in the history of life on Earth. This was a time when the planet was dominated by vast, humid coal swamps, teeming with invertebrate life and early amphibians. Amidst this lush, ancient landscape, a small, seemingly unassuming creature scurried among the giant lycopod trees, unknowingly heralding the dawn of a new age for vertebrates. This creature was Hylonomus lyelli, widely recognized as one of the earliest undisputed reptiles, and its discovery represents a pivotal moment in our understanding of vertebrate evolution, marking the definitive break from the water-bound existence of its amphibian predecessors. The story of Hylonomus is inextricably linked to the dramatic, rugged coastline of the Joggins Fossil Cliffs in Nova Scotia, Canada. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is a treasure trove of Carboniferous fossils, a testament to the ancient forests that once thrived there. The remarkable preservation of these fossils is due to a unique geological phenomenon. The upright, fossilized tree stumps, some reaching several meters in height, acted as natural traps. When animals fell into these hollowed-out stumps, they were quickly buried by sediment, protected from scavengers and decomposition, and thus preserved in exquisite detail. It was in these very stumps, in the 1800s, that the Scottish geologist Sir William Dawson, often in collaboration with the renowned Charles Lyell, whose name is commemorated in the species name Hylonomus lyelli, made the groundbreaking discoveries that included the fossilized remains of Hylonomus. These findings, amidst a landscape of towering, ancient flora, painted a vivid picture of a world long gone and offered irrefutable evidence of the transition to a truly terrestrial existence for vertebrates. Hylonomus, itself was a modest creature in size, typically reaching only about 20 to 30 centimeters in length, including its long, slender tail. Its appearance would have been strikingly similar to a modern-day lizard, with a relatively small head, a lithe body, and 4 splayed limbs. However, its seemingly ordinary physique belied its extraordinary evolutionary significance. Its skeleton was lightly built, but robust, an adaptation perfectly suited for a life spent scurrying and navigating the complex terrain of the Carboniferous coal swamps. The limbs, though still sprawling to some extent, were structurally more efficient for terrestrial locomotion than those of its amphibian contemporaries. The vertebral column was more specialized for weight-bearing on land, providing better support against gravity. Its skull was relatively small, housing sharp, conical teeth, indicative of its diet. While its precise classification within early reptile groups has been debated, it is generally considered an early anapsid, meaning its skull lacked the temporal fenestrae, openings characteristic of later reptiles, though it represents a lineage that would eventually diversify into all modern reptilian groups. This agile creature was a predator, its diet consisting primarily of the abundant invertebrate life of the Carboniferous forests. The warm, humid conditions fostered a rich ecosystem where insects, millipedes, and other arthropods thrived, some reaching impressive sizes. Hylonomus, with its small, sharp teeth, would have been well equipped to snap up these invertebrates, using its speed and agility to pursue its prey among the fallen logs and dense undergrowth. Its habitat was not the open plains, but the deep, humid interior of the coal swamps, an environment rich in decaying vegetation and sheltered nooks. The hollow tree stumps that ultimately became its tomb were also likely places of refuge, shelter, and even hunting grounds, providing a microcosm of its daily existence. Its ability to move efficiently on land, climbing and navigating through the dense foliage, was a crucial advantage that set it apart from most amphibians, which were still largely confined to the immediate vicinity of water bodies. The true evolutionary breakthrough embodied by Hylonomus, however, lies not in its physical form alone, but in the implied revolution of its reproductive strategy, the amniotic egg. For hundreds of millions of years, vertebrate life had been tied to water for reproduction. Amphibians, the first vertebrates to venture onto land, still faced the fundamental constraint of needing to lay their gelatinous, shell-less eggs in water, where they would hatch into vulnerable larval stages. This dependency severely limited their ability to colonize drier environments. The amniotic egg changed everything. This remarkable innovation, likely evolving in the ancestors of Hylonomus, is essentially a self-contained pond. It is encased in a protective shell, which in early forms might have been leathery rather than hard, and contains several key membranes: the amnion, which surrounds the embryo in a fluid-filled sac, protecting it from desiccation and physical shock; the chorion, which facilitates gas exchange with the external environment; the allantois, which serves as a sac for waste products and aids in respiration; and the yolk sac, providing vital nutrients to the developing embryo. The advent of the amniotic egg represented an emancipation for vertebrates, allowing them to lay their eggs on land in environments far removed from permanent water sources. While direct fossilized amniotic eggs from such early reptiles as Hylonomus are exceedingly rare, the oldest known reptilian eggs are slightly younger. The skeletal features of Hylonomus, particularly its robust limbs and vertebral column, its lack of a lateral line system, a sensory organ common in aquatic vertebrates, and the terrestrial nature of its fossil environment, strongly suggest that it reproduced via amniotic eggs. This was the key that unlocked the vast, unexploited terrestrial environments of the Carboniferous and beyond, setting the stage for the explosive diversification of reptiles. No longer confined to a double life, half in water and half on land, these new amniotes could truly conquer the continents. Distinguishing Hylonomus and its early reptilian kin from contemporary amphibians involved a suite of subtle yet profound skeletal differences. Beyond the inferred amniotic egg, early reptiles possessed a more robust and ossified skeletal system, particularly in the vertebral column, which provided greater support against gravity on land. Their limbs, while still sprawling, showed a more efficient design for terrestrial locomotion. The skull structure, while anapsid in Hylonomus, was trending towards forms that would later allow for stronger jaw muscles and more varied feeding strategies. Crucially, the absence of a lateral line canal in Hylonomus indicates its primary adaptation to terrestrial life, as this sensory system is only functional in water. Furthermore, reptiles generally evolved more efficient respiratory systems, lungs with a greater surface area, and kidneys better adapted for water conservation, all essential for a fully terrestrial existence. The Carboniferous landscape was a world of both challenges and opportunities. The humid, oxygen-rich atmosphere fueled the growth of towering lycopods, creating vast, dense forests that formed the coal seams we extract today. This environment provided shelter and an abundant food source for Hylonomus. Its small size and agility likely allowed it to exploit niches that larger, more water-dependent amphibians could not access. It was a predator of the small, swift invertebrates, but it was also itself a small creature in a world that included much larger predatory amphibians. Its survival strategy was based on its efficiency in navigating its terrestrial environment and its ability to reproduce independently of water. Hylonomus. Its position at the base of the reptilian phylogenetic tree is crucial. It represents an early branch of the sauropsid lineage, which would eventually give rise to all modern reptiles: lizards, snakes, turtles, crocodiles, and birds. The other major branch of early amniotes, the synapsids, would lead to mammals. Hylonomus itself is not a direct ancestor of any modern reptile group, but rather an early, pivotal representative of the amniotic radiation. Other early reptiles, like Paleothyrus, found in the same Joggins coal swamps, share many characteristics with Hylonomus, and further illustrate the early diversification of this groundbreaking group. The consistent discovery of these early reptile fossils in the same unique geological setting at Joggins underscores its unparalleled importance in understanding the origin of amniotes. The legacy of Hylonomus is immense. It stands as a silent, fossilized testament to one of the most significant evolutionary innovations in vertebrate history: the amniotic egg. Without this invention, the terrestrial world would likely look vastly different, possibly still dominated by amphibians tied to freshwater. Hylonomus and its immediate kin initiated the evolutionary journey that would lead to the mighty dinosaurs, the agile birds, and the diverse mammals that populate our planet today. Its continued study provides vital clues about the environmental pressures and genetic changes that drove this monumental shift from water to land, offering a profound glimpse into the deep past and the origins of the world's most successful vertebrate lineages. It is a small creature indeed, but one whose existence speaks volumes about the power of natural selection and the intricate tapestry of life's evolution. Deep within the murky, oxygen-rich swamps and meandering rivers of the Carboniferous period, roughly 325 million years ago, there lurked a formidable predator known to science as Proterogyrinus. This was a world teeming with life, a hot and humid epoch often referred to as the Coal Age, thanks to the vast forests of giant lycopod trees and ferns that would eventually form the planet's major coal deposits. Amidst this lush, verdant landscape, water was a dominant feature, and it was in these aquatic realms that Proterogyrinus truly made its mark. It was an early tetrapod, a creature with 4 limbs, but unlike many of its contemporaries that were beginning to explore the terrestrial world, Proterogyrinus seemed to have doubled down on an aquatic existence, evolving into a sleek, efficient hunter of the waterways. The story of Proterogyrinus, like many ancient creatures, begins with the patient work of fossil hunters and paleontologists. Its remains were first unearthed in the late 1960s and early 1970s, primarily from what is now Scotland, specifically from the famous Carboniferous deposits that have yielded a treasure trove of early tetrapod fossils. The site at Noro, in what was then Czechoslovakia, also contributed significant finds, further solidifying its place in the fossil record. These discoveries, though fragmented at times, were enough to reconstruct a vivid picture of this ancient animal. When first described, scientists quickly recognized its distinct features, particularly its elongated body and powerful tail, hinting at a life spent largely, if not entirely, submerged. The name Proterogyrinus itself reflects this. It means earlier tadpole or primitive gyrinus, suggesting its ancient lineage and perhaps its aquatic, almost amphibian-like appearance to its discoverers. Measuring an estimated 2 to 3 meters, or perhaps even a bit more, from the tip of its snout to the end of its tail, Proterogyrinus was undoubtedly one of the larger predators in its ecosystem, dwarfing many other early tetrapods and even some of the larger fish. Its anatomy was a fascinating blend of features, reflecting both its ancient lineage and its specialized adaptations. The skull, robust and elongated, was a testament to its predatory lifestyle. It was armed with a formidable array of sharp, conical teeth lining both its upper and lower jaws. These teeth were not just ordinary points, they were often described as labyrinthodont, meaning their internal structure was intricately folded, a characteristic common among many early amphibians and tetrapods, likely providing extra strength and resistance to breakage when grappling with struggling prey. The jaw articulation itself was powerful, capable of delivering a crushing bite. The eyes, positioned on the top of the head, suggest an animal that often lurked just beneath the surface, surveying its surroundings for unwary prey swimming above or at the water's edge. This dorsal positioning of the eyes is a classic adaptation seen in many aquatic ambush predators, from modern alligators to ancient crocodilians. Moving down the body, Proterogyrinus possessed a long, powerful vertebral column, indicative of an animal built for propulsion through water. Its vertebrae, characteristic of the group known as embolomeres, were well ossified and distinctive, with 2 main components per segment that surrounded the notochord, providing flexibility and strength for undulating movement. This arrangement meant that its body could flex significantly from side to side, a crucial adaptation for a creature that relied heavily on tail-driven propulsion. The ribs, though not as robust as those found in more terrestrial animals, were present and likely provided some support for its internal organs in the dense medium of water, and perhaps offered some protection from the powerful movements of its own body during swimming. The overall body shape was undeniably streamlined, a hydrodynamic form perfected by countless aquatic predators throughout evolutionary history. It was reminiscent of a large salamander or an elongated crocodile, a living torpedo designed for swift, silent movement through water. While Proterogyrinus was a tetrapod possessing 4 limbs, these limbs were likely not its primary means of locomotion. They were relatively short and robust, perhaps more suited for steering, balancing, or pushing off from the bottom in shallow water, rather than for sustained terrestrial locomotion. The pectoral and pelvic girdles, though solid, were probably not designed for supporting the full weight of the animal on land for extended periods. Instead, the immense, paddle-like tail, flattened vertically, was almost certainly the main engine of propulsion. This powerful tail, likely fringed with a fin-like structure, would have allowed Proterogyrinus to undulate its body with incredible force, propelling itself through the water with speed and agility. This emphasis on caudal, tail propulsion is a clear indicator of its deep commitment to an aquatic lifestyle, contrasting with other early tetrapods that were developing stronger limbs for walking on land. The Carboniferous swamps were a truly alien world compared to today's environments. The atmosphere likely contained higher levels of oxygen and carbon dioxide, fueling the growth of colossal plants. The water itself was often warm, shallow, and choked with decaying vegetation, forming vast deltas and floodplains. These were not crystal-clear mountain streams, rather they were muddy, tannin-stained waterways, offering plenty of cover for an ambush predator. The aquatic ecosystem was incredibly rich. Fish, including powerful sarcopterygians, lobe-finned fish, distant relatives of tetrapods themselves, and ray-finned fish, were abundant. Other early amphibians and tetrapods, some still heavily dependent on water, shared these habitats. Giant arthropods, like enormous millipedes and dragonflies with wingspans of over 2 feet, flitted and crawled through the humid air and dense undergrowth. Proterogyrinus would have been at the top of this aquatic food chain, a true terror to anything smaller than itself that ventured into its territory. Its streamlined body and powerful tail would have allowed it to navigate these environments with ease, darting through submerged vegetation or lying in wait at the bottom. Given its anatomical features, particularly its robust skull and sharp teeth, Proterogyrinus was an obligate carnivore, almost certainly a piscivore, meaning its diet consisted primarily of fish. However, it was likely an opportunistic predator, probably preying on any smaller tetrapod, amphibian, or large invertebrate that it could overpower. Its hunting strategy probably involved a combination of stealth and burst speed. With its eyes positioned on top of its head, it could have lurked quietly just beneath the water's surface, its dark body blending with the shadows and murky depths. When an unsuspecting fish or another creature swam past, Proterogyrinus would launch itself forward with a powerful surge of its tail, snapping its jaws shut with tremendous force. The labyrinthodont teeth were perfectly suited for gripping, slippery, struggling prey, preventing escape. Its relatively long body would also have allowed for greater reach and the ability to coil and strike effectively in the water. When considering its reproduction, Proterogyrinus, being an early tetrapod and exhibiting strong aquatic adaptations, almost certainly laid its eggs in water, much like modern amphibians. The transition to fully terrestrial reproduction, involving the amniotic egg, was a later evolutionary innovation. Therefore, it's highly probable that Proterogyrinus had an aquatic larval stage, a sort of carboniferous tadpole, which would have then metamorphosed into the adult form. These larvae would have been entirely dependent on water, possibly feeding on smaller aquatic organisms before developing the adult features necessary for its predatory lifestyle. The need to return to water for breeding, even for a primarily aquatic adult, would have tied its existence to the extensive network of rivers and swamps that characterized its world. This life cycle, while effective, also presented limitations, particularly if the aquatic environments ever dried up or became otherwise inhospitable. From an evolutionary perspective, Proterogyrinus holds a significant position. It belongs to a group of early tetrapods called embolomers, which are often considered to be more closely related to the lineage that eventually gave rise to amniotes, reptiles, birds, and mammals, than to the modern amphibians. However, this is a complex and often debated area of paleontology. Proterogyrinus, with its commitment to an aquatic existence, serves as a reminder that the early diversification of tetrapods was not a simple, linear progression from water to land. Instead, it was a mosaic of experiments, with different lineages exploring various ecological niches. Some were venturing further onto land, while others, like Proterogyrinus, were respecializing for life in the water. It shows that the tetrapod body plan, with its 4 limbs, was incredibly adaptable, capable of supporting both terrestrial and fully aquatic modes of life very early in its evolutionary history. Its features provide crucial data points for understanding the complex anatomical changes involved in the transition from lobe-finned fish to tetrapods and the subsequent diversification of these pioneering land vertebrates. It helped to fill in the picture of what these early, stem amniote-like creatures looked like and how they lived. The reign of Proterogyrinus and its embolomer relatives lasted for a significant period within the Carboniferous. However, like all species, they eventually faced changes in their environment and increasing competition from other evolving life forms. As the Carboniferous gave way to the Permian period, the global climate began to shift, with many regions becoming drier and more seasonal. These environmental changes would have put pressure on species heavily reliant on permanent aquatic habitats for both feeding and reproduction. Furthermore, the rise of more terrestrial reptiles with their revolutionary amniotic egg allowed them to become truly independent of water for breeding, enabling them to exploit increasingly arid environments that were inaccessible to amphibians like Proterogyrinus, which still needed to return to water to lay their eggs. While Proterogyrinus itself may not have gone extinct solely due to direct competition from early reptiles, the broader ecological shifts and the success of other tetrapod groups ultimately led to the decline and disappearance of the embolomeres. In conclusion, Proterogyrinus stands as a fascinating testament to the early evolutionary success of tetrapods in aquatic environments. Far from being a creature caught in the limbo of the water-to-land transition, it represents a powerful and specialized predator that thrived in the carboniferous swamps. Its sleek body, powerful tail, and formidable dentition paint a picture of an aquatic terror, a master of its domain. Its study continues to provide invaluable insights into the diverse and complex pathways taken by life during one of the most pivotal periods in the history of vertebrates, reminding us that evolution is not always a straightforward march, but often a branching, experimental journey into myriad ecological possibilities. Imagine a creature from a time when the world was still figuring itself out, a time roughly 290 million years ago during the early Permian period. This was an epoch of significant environmental change, with vast supercontinents forming and climates shifting, giving rise to both expansive deserts and diverse, seasonally wet environments. In this unfolding drama of life, there emerged a remarkable animal that would forever puzzle and fascinate paleontologists: Simoria. This creature is not merely a fossil in a rock, it is a living question mark, a prime example of a transitional form that blurs the lines between two major vertebrate groups, amphibians and reptiles. Its name itself, derived from Seymour, Texas, where some of its most complete fossils were discovered, gives little hint to the scientific debates it would ignite. The initial discovery and subsequent study of Simoria provided an immediate jolt to the nascent field of vertebrate paleontology. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, pioneering paleontologists like S.W. Williston unearthed well-preserved fossils in the Permian red beds of North America, particularly in Texas and Oklahoma. What they found was a creature that seemed to defy easy classification. It had features that were undeniably amphibian, yet it also sported characteristics that were strikingly reptilian. This mosaic of traits instantly propelled Simoria into the scientific spotlight, making it a key player in discussions about the origin of amniotes, the group of vertebrates that includes reptiles, birds, and mammals, distinguished by their ability to lay a desiccation-resistant egg, thus freeing them from the need to return to water for reproduction. For decades, Simoria was considered by many to be a direct ancestor of reptiles, or at least a very close relative, standing right on the cusp of one of the most significant evolutionary leaps in vertebrate history. Let us delve into the anatomy of Simoria to understand this captivating blend of features. Typically, an adult Simoria measured about 60 to 90 centimeters, or roughly 2 to 3 feet in length, making it a moderately sized creature, robustly built and somewhat lizard-like in appearance. Its body was more squat and stout than the streamlined aquatic forms of the Carboniferous, suggesting a more terrestrial existence. The skull was particularly telling, possessing a relatively large triangular shape, and importantly, it exhibited a single occipital condyle, a bony knob at the back of the skull that articulates with the first vertebra. This single condyle is a defining characteristic of amniotes. Contrasting with the 2 occipital condyles typically found in amphibians, this was a strong reptilian signal. However, despite this, the teeth were still labyrinthodont, with their characteristic infolded enamel, a feature firmly rooted in the amphibian lineage. The presence of a tabular horn, a projection at the back of the skull, also linked it to certain amphibian groups. The eye sockets were relatively large, and there was no clear evidence of a lateral line system in adult fossils, which is a sensory system found in aquatic vertebrates. This absence strongly suggested that adult Simoria spent most of its time out of water. Moving to the vertebral column, Simoria displayed significant adaptations for life on land. Its vertebrae were sturdy and well ossified, providing robust support for the body against the pull of gravity. The neural arches were high, and the ribs were thick and strongly articulated with the vertebrae, creating a more rigid and supportive rib cage than typically seen in earlier amphibians. This provided better support for the internal organs and also aided in respiration in a terrestrial environment. The limbs were another critical area of study. They were short but powerful, clearly designed for supporting the body's weight and for terrestrial locomotion, not just for sculling in water. The pectoral and pelvic girdles were well developed and robust, acting as strong anchor points for the limb muscles. The limbs themselves were pentadactyl, meaning they had 5 digits, and the bone structure of the hands and feet indicated a weight-bearing gait, allowing Simoria to move effectively across solid ground. These skeletal features undeniably pointed towards an animal that was primarily terrestrial, capable of living away from direct aquatic dependence for locomotion and support. The Permian period was a time of significant environmental change, and Simoria inhabited regions that were likely experiencing increasing aridity, at least seasonally. While some areas might have remained swampy, many of the Permian environments where Simoria fossils are found suggest drier uplands, plains, and areas with seasonal rainfall. This means that adult Simoria would have been quite capable of venturing far from permanent water bodies, possibly living in burrow systems or seeking shelter under rocks or in crevices to escape the heat and dry conditions. Its terrestrial adaptations allowed it to exploit new ecological niches that were previously inaccessible to more aquatic amphibians. The presence of other terrestrial fauna like early reptiles, pelycosaurs, insects, and other amphibian groups suggests a complex food web in these environments. In terms of diet, the robust skull and sharp, although labyrinthodont, teeth suggest that Simoria was a carnivore. It likely preyed upon smaller invertebrates, such as large insects and myriapods, which were abundant in the Permian, as well as smaller vertebrates like other amphibians or juvenile reptiles. Its terrestrial adaptations would have allowed it to hunt effectively on land, probably actively pursuing its prey rather than solely relying on ambush tactics like some of its more aquatic relatives. The strength of its jaws would have enabled it to crush exoskeletons and bones, making a wide range of small animals potential meals. However, despite all these reptilian and terrestrial features, the most fascinating aspect of Simoria, and the very reason for its amphibian-like classification, lies in its probable life cycle. While adult Simoria were clearly adapted for life on land, fossil evidence strongly suggests that it still retained an amphibian reproductive strategy. Juvenile Simoria fossils have been discovered in aquatic sediments, and crucially, some specimens show evidence of external gills, which are characteristic of aquatic larval stages in amphibians. This means that Simoria, despite its advanced terrestrial adaptations, likely had to return to water to lay its eggs, and its young hatched as aquatic larvae that then underwent metamorphosis to become the land-dwelling adults. This bimodal life cycle, where juveniles are aquatic and adults are terrestrial, is a hallmark of amphibians. This is why, despite its overwhelmingly reptilian skeletal features, Simoria is often classified as a reptiliomorph or a simoriamorph, a group of stem amniotes that are extremely close to the amphibian-reptile split, but not yet full amniotes. The very definition of an amniote rests on the ability to lay an amniotic egg, an egg that contains its own water and food supply, encased in a protective shell, allowing for reproduction entirely on land, independent of water. Simoria, fascinatingly, seems to represent the very last step before this critical innovation. This brings us to the core of Simoria's evolutionary significance and the lively classification debate surrounding it. Simoria is not considered a direct ancestor of all reptiles, in the same way that, say, a specific species of ape might be a direct ancestor to humans. Instead, it is often positioned as a sister group to the amniotes, meaning it shared a very recent common ancestor with the first true amniotes. It represents a lineage that evolved many of the skeletal features necessary for a fully terrestrial life, such as strong limbs, a robust vertebral column, and the single occipital condyle. But crucially, it hadn't yet developed the amniotic egg. It serves as a powerful illustration of mosaic evolution, where different features evolve at different rates and are acquired independently. For example, the robust skull and limbs evolved before the complete liberation from aquatic reproduction. The study of Simuria helps paleontologists understand the complex series of adaptations that allowed vertebrates to conquer land. It shows that the journey was not a simple, linear progression. There were many branches and experimental forms. Simuria tells us that some lineages acquired terrestrial features in their adult forms, while still retaining the ancestral aquatic larval stage for reproduction. This indicates that the ability to lay an amniotic egg was the final, critical step in severing the bond with water for reproduction, a step that Simuria's lineage had not yet taken. Understanding Simuria's place in the phylogenetic tree is vital for tracing the origins of all terrestrial vertebrates, including ourselves. It highlights the challenges and compromises faced by early tetrapods as they diversified into new ecological roles. The Permian period was a time of great change, and the increasing aridity of many regions, particularly during the later parts of the period, would have put significant evolutionary pressure on any animal still tied to water for reproduction. While Simuria and its relatives flourished for a time, exploiting niches unavailable to their more aquatic cousins, the eventual rise and diversification of true amniotes, reptiles that could lay their eggs on land, likely contributed to their decline. The amniotic egg provided an undeniable advantage in increasingly dry environments, allowing amniotes to expand into virtually all terrestrial habitats. This revolutionary adaptation, which Simuria lacked, meant that over time, creatures like Simuria, despite their own impressive terrestrial adaptations, were outcompeted or faced increased difficulty in finding suitable breeding grounds. The lineage of Simuria, the Simuriamorphs, eventually disappeared by the close of the Permian, making way for the Mesozoic era, an age dominated by reptiles. In essence, Simuria remains a cornerstone of our understanding of vertebrate evolution. It is more than just an ancient animal. It is a tangible link in the grand tapestry of life, a creature that literally embodies the transition from water to land, showcasing the delicate balance of ancestral traits and novel adaptations. Its unique combination of amphibian and reptilian features makes it a permanent subject of study and a reminder that evolution is a dynamic, complex process, often characterized by fascinating intermediate forms that challenge our simple classifications and deepen our appreciation for life's incredible adaptability. Simuria, the almost reptile, forever holds its place as a pivotal character in the story of terrestrial life on Earth. Imagine a world vastly different from our own, a time when the continents were still coalescing into the supercontinent known as Pangaea, and the land was slowly being colonized by a new array of life forms. This was the late Carboniferous and early Permian periods, a span of time from roughly 300 million to 270 million years ago. During this epoch, a creature of considerable bulk and intriguing evolutionary significance roamed the humid, swampy landscapes and increasingly drier uplands. This creature was Diadectes, a name that rolls off the tongue with a certain ancient weight, meaning cross-biter, a direct nod to its rather unique dental arrangement. It was truly one of the pioneering large terrestrial herbivores, a remarkable feat considering that the land had primarily been the domain of amphibians and early reptiles, many of which were still navigating the complexities of a fully terrestrial existence and mostly consuming other animals or insects. Diadectes broke this mold in a significant way, carving out a niche as a dedicated plant eater, and doing so with a body that suggested both power and a surprising degree of terrestrial adaptation. Physically, Diadectes was a robust animal, built like a tank with a low-slung, barrel-shaped body. While estimates of its exact size vary slightly depending on the fossil specimen and the interpretations of paleontologists, it was certainly a substantial creature for its time. We're talking about lengths that could easily reach up to 3 meters or even 10 feet from the tip of its snout to the end of its tail, making it one of the largest land animals of its era. Its weight would have been considerable, perhaps several hundred kilograms, giving it a truly imposing presence in the primeval forests and plains. Its limbs were short and stout, splaying out from the sides of its body in a manner reminiscent of modern-day lizards or crocodiles, though perhaps a bit more upright and powerful to support its bulk. These legs would have been powerful enough to haul its massive frame across the landscape, likely at a slow but steady pace. The tail was long and thick, probably serving as a counterbalance as it moved, though it wasn't a particularly agile creature by any stretch of the imagination. Its skin, though rarely preserved directly, would have been tough and scaly, providing protection against the elements and potential predators, much like the integument of modern reptiles or amphibians adapted to drier conditions. However, the most distinctive feature of Diadectes, and the one that truly set it apart, was its skull and teeth. This is where the cross-biter part of its name becomes vividly clear. Unlike many of its contemporaries, which possessed sharp, pointed teeth designed for grasping and tearing flesh, Diadectes had a set of teeth that were nothing short of revolutionary for a terrestrial vertebrate of its time. Its teeth were broad, peg-like, and malariform in shape, meaning they were flattened and suited for grinding. The front teeth were more chisel-like, perhaps for nipping off tough plant material, while the teeth further back in the jaw were designed for crushing and pulverizing. What's more, the upper and lower jaws didn't simply meet, they had a specialized arrangement where the teeth from the upper jaw fit precisely into the spaces between the teeth of the lower jaw when the mouth closed. This occlusion, a term used to describe how teeth fit together, allowed for a powerful shearing and grinding action, far more efficient for processing fibrous plant matter than the simple piercing bites of other early tetrapods. This dental specialization was a monumental leap, indicating a clear adaptation to a herbivorous diet that required significant mechanical breakdown of food before digestion. It was a true innovation that paved the way for future generations of plant-eating vertebrates. Living in the late Carboniferous and early Permian periods, Diadectes inhabited a world that was undergoing significant environmental shifts. The Carboniferous was largely characterized by vast, humid swamps that gave rise to immense coal deposits. As the Permian dawned, the climate began to shift, becoming generally drier and more seasonal in many regions as Pangaea continued to assemble, leading to more continental climates. Diadectes appears to have been adaptable, as its fossils are found in sediments that suggest both swampy, forested environments and more upland, drier habitats. This adaptability would have been crucial for a large, slow-moving animal reliant on plant food sources. The flora of the time included various types of ferns, horsetails, seed ferns, and early conifers. These plants were often tough and fibrous, posing a significant challenge for any creature attempting to derive nutrition from them. Diadectes, with its specialized teeth and powerful jaw muscles, was uniquely equipped to tackle this dietary challenge. Its digestive system would have been large and robust, likely housing symbiotic bacteria to help break down the cellulose and other complex carbohydrates found in plant matter, much like modern herbivores. This would have been a long and laborious process, hence the need for such extensive mechanical processing of food in the mouth. The evolutionary position of Diadectes is also a fascinating subject. It belongs to a group known as Diadectomorpha, which are considered to be a sister group to the Amniotes, the lineage that includes reptiles, birds, and mammals. This means Diadectes was extremely close to the evolutionary branch point that led to all true amniotes. It possessed a mosaic of features. Some were undeniably amphibian-like, such as certain skull characteristics and perhaps aspects of its life cycle, while others were distinctly reptilian, particularly its robust skeleton, and, crucially, its likely ability to lay amniotic eggs. The amniotic egg, with its protective membranes and shell, was the key innovation that allowed vertebrates to reproduce entirely on land, freeing them from the need to return to water for laying eggs, a constraint that still defines modern amphibians. While direct evidence of Diadectes' eggs has not been found, its overall morphology and phylogenetic position strongly suggest it was either a very early amniote or a very close relative that had achieved a high degree of terrestrial independence. This makes Diadectes a living fossil, or rather, a fossil representative of a crucial evolutionary bridge, showing how animals made the full transition from water to land. It represented a significant step towards the diversification of terrestrial life that would eventually lead to the dominance of reptiles and, much later, mammals. The discovery of Diadectes fossils dates back to the 19th century, a period of intense paleontological exploration in North America. One of the most significant finds occurred in the red beds of Texas, a treasure trove of Permian vertebrate fossils. The pioneering paleontologist Edward Drinker Cope, famous for his Bone Wars rivalry with Othniel Charles Marsh, described the first specimens of Diadectes in the 1870s. These early discoveries were crucial for understanding the diverse array of life that existed before the age of dinosaurs. The red beds, particularly the formations in Baylor and Archer counties, Texas, have continued to yield incredibly well-preserved skeletons of Diadectes, providing paleontologists with a detailed understanding of its anatomy. Subsequent finds have also been made in other parts of North America, expanding our knowledge of its geographical range. The process of piecing together these ancient creatures is akin to solving a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle, with paleontologists meticulously excavating, cleaning, and assembling the fossilized bones, often over many years. Each bone tells a story, from the ridges indicating muscle attachments to the texture revealing the presence of cartilage or vascularization, all contributing to a comprehensive picture of the living animal. Studying Diadectes has provided invaluable insights into the evolution of herbivory in terrestrial vertebrates. Before the advent of such efficient plant eaters, the terrestrial food web was largely dominated by predators and insectivores. The emergence of large herbivores like Diadectes opened up a new ecological niche, allowing for the transfer of energy from plants to large consumers on land. This, in turn, supported the evolution of larger carnivores that could prey upon these substantial plant eaters. The Permian period, in which Diadectes flourished, saw the rise of many impressive predatory synapsids, ancestors of mammals, and early reptiles. A large, slow-moving herbivore like Diadectes would undoubtedly have been a target for some of these formidable carnivores. However, its robust build, potentially thick skin, and sheer size would have offered a degree of protection, requiring predators to be equally large and powerful to take it down. In essence, Diadectes was more than just a prehistoric animal. It was a biological pioneer. Its very existence demonstrates a critical shift in ecological strategy, moving from a world dominated by small insectivores and large piscivores, fish-eaters, to one where large-bodied herbivores could thrive on land. This shift had profound implications for the entire terrestrial ecosystem, enabling greater biomass to be supported and fostering the diversification of both plant and animal life. Its robust build, its specialized teeth, and its position at the cusp of the amniotic radiation all highlight its significance. While it may not possess the immediate name recognition of a Tyrannosaurus rex or a Triceratops, its contribution to the tapestry of life on Earth is arguably just as, if not more, fundamental. Diadectes represents a crucial chapter in the long and complex story of how life conquered the land, laying down the foundations for the incredibly diverse and complex terrestrial ecosystems that would follow in the Mesozoic and Cenozoic eras. Its punch was not in its physical blows, but in its evolutionary impact, breaking new ground for a world of plant-eating giants to come. Step back in time, roughly 295 million years ago, to the early Permian period, a time long before the first dinosaurs ever walked the Earth. This was a world characterized by vast, swampy lowlands, giving way to more arid continental interiors, a world teeming with life that was undergoing significant evolutionary experimentation. Amidst this primeval tableau, a creature of striking appearance emerged as a top predator, Dimetrodon. Often mistakenly lumped in with dinosaurs in popular culture, Dimetrodon was in fact a synapsid, a group of animals that are far more closely related to mammals than they are to reptiles or birds, including the dinosaurs. Its name, meaning two measures of teeth, refers to the two distinct types of teeth it possessed: large, sharp fangs at the front of its jaws, and smaller, more numerous teeth further back, a clear adaptation for a predatory lifestyle. But its most iconic feature, the one that immediately captures the imagination, was the magnificent neural spine sail that ran along its back, a structure that has fascinated scientists and the public alike for decades. Let's talk about its appearance first. Dimetrodon was a formidable carnivore, ranging in size from around 1 meter to more than 4.5 meters or 15 feet in length, with the larger species like Dimetrodon grandis being truly imposing. Its body was robust and somewhat barrel-shaped, supported by short, powerful legs that splayed out to the sides, giving it a sprawling gait similar to modern-day crocodiles or lizards. This posture, while not as energy-efficient as the more upright stance of later dinosaurs and mammals, was perfectly adequate for an apex predator in its environment. Its skull was deep and narrow, housing those two distinct sets of teeth that gave it its name. The front teeth were sharp, conical, and formidable, clearly designed for piercing and holding on to struggling prey. Further back, the teeth were smaller but still sharply pointed, perhaps for processing the catch. Its jaw muscles would have been incredibly strong, allowing it to deliver a powerful bite. The tail was long and tapered, likely serving as a counterbalance during movement, and perhaps as a rudder while navigating through water, as some species are believed to have spent time in aquatic environments. Its skin would have been thick and scaly, providing protection from the elements and from the bites of other large animals. But without a doubt, the most eye-catching and distinctive feature of Dimetrodon was its enormous dorsal sail. This sail was formed by elongated neural spines, bony projections extending upwards from each vertebra along its backbone, each spine supporting a membrane of skin. This sail could reach heights of over 1.5 meters or 5 feet in the larger species, making the animal look significantly taller and even more impressive. The exact purpose of this sail has been a subject of much debate among paleontologists, but the most widely accepted theory centers around thermoregulation, or the regulation of body temperature. In the early Permian, temperatures could fluctuate considerably between day and night, and between sunny and cloudy conditions. The sail, with its large surface area and rich network of blood vessels, would have acted like a sophisticated solar panel. In the cool mornings, Dimetrodon could orient its sail towards the sun, rapidly absorbing heat and warming its body, allowing it to become active and hunt much earlier than its less equipped contemporaries. Conversely, during the hottest parts of the day, it could orient its sail away from the sun or seek shade, allowing excess heat to dissipate, preventing overheating. This ability to quickly regulate its body temperature would have given Dimetrodon a significant advantage in hunting and overall survival in its dynamic environment. Other theories suggest the sail might have been used for display, perhaps for attracting mates or intimidating rivals, or even for fat storage, though the thermoregulation hypothesis remains the most compelling due to the vascularization evident in the neural spines. As a top predator of its time, Dimetrodon would have occupied a crucial position in the early Permian food web. Its diet likely consisted of a variety of animals inhabiting its swampy and terrestrial environments. Fossil evidence, including stomach contents and bite marks on other fossils, suggests it preyed upon a range of amphibians, early reptiles, and even other synapsids. It was a carnivore through and through, and its powerful jaws and specialized teeth were perfectly suited for this role. Its hunting strategy would have been one of ambush, perhaps lying in wait near water sources or hidden in dense vegetation, using its powerful legs for a sudden burst of speed to seize its prey. Its sprawling gait, while seemingly less efficient than later upright postures, was typical of the time and allowed for swift, short bursts of movement necessary for capturing prey. The Permian period saw the emergence of a diverse array of terrestrial vertebrates, providing ample food sources for a predator like Dimetrodon. Now, let's address the common misconception. Dimetrodon was not a dinosaur. This is a crucial point that often gets overlooked in popular depictions. Dinosaurs belong to a group called archosaurs, which also includes crocodiles and birds. Dinosaurs first appeared much later, during the Triassic period, some 40 million years after Dimetrodon flourished and eventually went extinct. Dimetrodon, on the other hand, was a synapsid, a group characterized by a single opening behind each eye socket in the skull, known as a temporal fenestra. This anatomical feature distinguishes them from reptiles, which typically have two such openings or none, and is a key characteristic shared with mammals. In fact, synapsids are often referred to as mammal-like reptiles, though they are more accurately described as the ancestors of mammals, representing a distinct evolutionary lineage that diverged from the reptilian line very early on. Dimetrodon belongs to a specific family of synapsids called Sphenacodontidae, which are considered basal pelycosaurs. Understanding this distinction is vital because it places Dimetrodon in a much broader evolutionary story, the story of how mammals came to be. It was a distant cousin, not a direct ancestor, but part of the same grand lineage that eventually led to us. The fossil record of Dimetrodon is exceptionally rich, particularly in the red beds of Texas and Oklahoma in the United States. These geological formations preserve the remains of a vast array of Permian life, deposited in ancient river systems and floodplains. The first Dimetrodon fossils were discovered and described in the mid-19th century by pioneering paleontologists like Edward Drinker Cope, who also worked on Diadectes. The well-preserved skeletons have allowed scientists to reconstruct its anatomy in remarkable detail, from the intricate structure of its skull and teeth to the precise arrangement of its sail spines. The sheer abundance of Dimetrodon fossils suggests it was a successful and widespread predator in its ecosystem. These discoveries have been crucial for understanding the ecology and evolution of the Permian period, providing a window into a world that was a precursor to the age of dinosaurs, showcasing the incredible diversity of life that existed before the Mesozoic era. The painstaking work of excavating, cleaning, and preparing these delicate fossils has been a cornerstone of our knowledge about these ancient creatures. The Permian environment was a dynamic one. The assembly of Pangaea led to vast land masses and more extreme continental climates. While some areas were still swampy, others were becoming progressively drier and more seasonal. Dimetrodon's widespread distribution suggests it was adaptable to a range of conditions. The plants of the time included a mix of ferns, horsetails, cycads, and early conifers, providing a varied landscape. Other animals coexisting with Dimetrodon included various amphibians, such as the heavily armored Eriops, other synapsids, including the large herbivorous Edaphosaurus, which also sported a sail but with crossbars, and early reptiles. This ecosystem was a vibrant and often dangerous place, where a creature like Dimetrodon reigned supreme at the top of its food chain. Despite its fearsome appearance and predatory prowess, Dimetrodon, like so many other ancient creatures, eventually disappeared from the fossil record. The late Permian witnessed a series of significant environmental changes and mass extinctions, culminating in the catastrophic Permian-Triassic extinction event, the most severe extinction event in Earth's history, which wiped out around 95% of all marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species. While Dimetrodon itself was long gone before this ultimate catastrophe, its lineage, the synapsids, continued to evolve, giving rise to the therapsids, a more advanced group of synapsids that would eventually lead to the first mammals. So, even though Dimetrodon itself didn't survive to see the age of dinosaurs, its evolutionary path paved the way for our own mammalian ancestors. In popular culture, Dimetrodon often appears alongside dinosaurs in children's books, toys, and movies, a testament to its striking appearance, but also a perpetuation of the misconception that it was a dinosaur. Its sail makes it visually distinct and memorable, appealing to the imagination. However, understanding its true identity as a synapsid, a mammal-like reptile that predates dinosaurs by millions of years, makes it even more fascinating. It was a crucial player in the evolutionary story of terrestrial life, a top predator in a forgotten era, and a stark reminder that the history of life is full of unexpected turns and incredibly diverse forms, many of which lie outside the shadow of the more famous dinosaur lineage. Dimetrodon stands as a powerful and enduring symbol of the incredible biodiversity and evolutionary innovations that characterized the Earth long before the rise of the giants we often associate with prehistoric times. It is a testament to the tenacity and adaptability of life on a changing planet, a true icon of the early Permian. The ancient world was a tapestry woven with life forms that often appear bizarre and fantastical to our modern eyes. Among these creatures, Edaphosaurus stands out as a particularly interesting example, a true icon of the late Paleozoic era. Imagine a creature that looked somewhat like a chunky lizard, but with a striking and undeniably prominent sail erupting from its back, a fan-like structure supported by long, bony spines. This wasn't just any ordinary reptile. Edaphosaurus was a synapsid, an early relative of mammals, and one of the most distinctive herbivores of its time, roaming the humid, swampy landscapes millions of years before the first dinosaurs even made their appearance. Its name, derived from Greek words meaning pavement lizard, was given due to its peculiar dental structure, which we will delve into more deeply later on. The story of Edaphosaurus begins in the world of paleontology, a field driven by the discovery and interpretation of ancient bones and impressions left in the rock record. The first remains of Edaphosaurus were unearthed in North America, specifically in the famous red beds of Texas, which have yielded a treasure trove of Permian fossils. Edward Drinker Cope, a prominent and often contentious figure in the history of paleontology, was responsible for describing the initial finds in the late 1870s. Cope, ever the enthusiastic scientist, initially named what he thought were two distinct animals. He described a large sail-backed creature as Edaphosaurus pagonius in 1882. Later, in 1886, he described another, smaller creature with a different skull morphology as Naosaurus claviger, meaning ship lizard, a name that clearly alluded to its sail-like structure. For a time, these were considered separate entities. However, as more fossils came to light, and as paleontological understanding advanced, it became clear that Naosaurus was, in fact, the same animal as Edaphosaurus, just a different species, or perhaps even a different growth stage, or a variation within the same species. The earlier name, Edaphosaurus, took precedence in accordance with the rules of scientific nomenclature. The most defining feature of Edaphosaurus, the one that immediately captures attention and sparks curiosity, is undoubtedly its magnificent dorsal sail. This structure was not simply a membrane. It was a complex array of elongated neural spines, extensions of the vertebrae along its back, that could extend up to 3 feet or more in height, often taller than the animal's body itself. These spines were not smooth or simple rods. They possessed distinctive crossbars or projections that grew out from the sides of the spines. These crossbars gave the sail a unique appearance and likely played a crucial role in supporting the skin and blood vessels that would have formed the sail's complete structure. The exact purpose of this elaborate sail has been a subject of much scientific discussion and debate, with several compelling theories put forth. One of the most widely accepted hypotheses regarding the sail's function revolves around thermoregulation, the process by which an animal regulates its body temperature. In the Permian period, the climate was generally warm, but like any environment, it would have experienced fluctuations between cooler mornings and evenings and hotter midday periods. A large surface area like the sail, rich with blood vessels, would have acted as an efficient radiator. By orienting its sail towards the sun, Edaphosaurus could rapidly absorb solar energy, warming its blood and consequently its body, allowing it to become active more quickly after a cool night. Conversely, if it became too hot, it could orient its sail away from the sun or position itself in the shade, allowing excess heat to dissipate. This passive form of temperature control would have been a significant advantage for a large, probably somewhat slow-moving herbivore in a world without air conditioning. Beyond thermoregulation, the sail of Edaphosaurus might also have served as a display structure. In the animal kingdom, elaborate anatomical features are often used for communication, whether for attracting mates, intimidating rivals, or signaling to predators. A brightly colored or distinctively patterned sail could have been a visual signal to other Edaphosaurus individuals, perhaps indicating reproductive fitness, social status, or even warning potential threats. While we can only speculate on the color of the sail, it is not unreasonable to imagine it adorned with striking patterns or vibrant hues, especially given the presence of the bony crossbars that could have anchored intricate skin folds or pigmentation. Such a display would have made Edaphosaurus an unmistakable figure in its environment. Another less common, but still plausible theory suggests a defensive role for the sail. While it might seem counterintuitive for a large, thin structure to be a primary defense, a tall, seemingly massive outline could deter predators by making the animal appear larger and more formidable than it actually was. Predators of the Permian, such as the formidable Dimetrodon, which ironically also possessed a sail, though structured differently and likely serving a similar thermoregulatory purpose, might have been more hesitant to attack a creature that presented such an imposing silhouette. However, it is generally believed that the sail's primary functions were thermoregulatory and display, with any defensive benefit being secondary. Moving beyond its spectacular sail, the rest of Edaphosaurus's anatomy reveals much about its lifestyle. It was a large animal, with some species reaching lengths of around 10 to 12 feet, making it one of the larger land animals of its time. Its body was robust and barrel-shaped, indicating a capacious gut necessary for digesting tough plant material. The limbs were sturdy and splayed out to the sides, giving it a sprawling gait, characteristic of early tetrapods. It would have moved slowly but steadily, traversing the Permian landscapes in search of food. The skull of Edaphosaurus is particularly fascinating and provides the clearest evidence of its herbivorous diet. Unlike the sharp, pointed teeth of its carnivorous contemporaries, Edaphosaurus possessed a battery of blunt, peg-like teeth. These teeth were arranged in several rows on the palate, the roof of its mouth, as well as along the margins of its jaws. This unique dental arrangement, which looked somewhat like a cobblestone street or a pavement, as referenced in its name, was perfectly adapted for crushing and grinding tough plant matter. It would have browsed on the ferns, cycads, and other low-lying vegetation that dominated the Permian flora. The presence of such a specialized dentition for herbivory is significant because it indicates a level of dietary specialization uncommon among early synapsids. Many other large herbivores of the time were more generalist feeders. The jaw structure of Edaphosaurus further supports its plant-eating habits. Its lower jaw was robust, and the articulation of its jaw joint suggests a powerful bite capable of grinding and crushing fibrous plants. The muscles attached to its jaw would have been strong, allowing for the sustained chewing required to break down cellulose. Digestion would have been a slow process, likely aided by symbiotic microorganisms in its gut, similar to modern herbivores. The environment that Edaphosaurus inhabited was quite different from most terrestrial ecosystems we know today. During the late Carboniferous and early Permian periods, vast swamp forests covered much of the supercontinent of Pangaea. These were humid, warm environments, characterized by lush vegetation, including towering lycopods, ferns, and early conifers. Edaphosaurus would have lived among these dense plant communities, likely favoring the softer, more digestible parts of the plants. Its large size would have made it a significant browser, consuming substantial amounts of vegetation daily to fuel its metabolism. Edaphosaurus was not alone in this ancient world. It coexisted with a variety of other fascinating creatures. Its most famous contemporary and perhaps rival was Dimetrodon, another sail-backed synapsid, but one that was a formidable predator. While Edaphosaurus was a docile herbivore, Dimetrodon was a top carnivore, likely preying on a variety of animals, including fish, amphibians, and other reptiles, and perhaps even juvenile Edaphosaurus. The presence of both sail-backed herbivore and carnivore in the same ecosystem, each potentially utilizing their sails for similar thermoregulatory purposes, highlights a shared evolutionary pressure in the Permian. Other inhabitants of this period included various amphibians, early reptiles, and smaller synapsids. The interactions between these different groups would have shaped the Permian food webs, with Edaphosaurus serving as a vital link in the energy flow, converting plant matter into a food source for carnivores. The evolutionary significance of Edaphosaurus cannot be overstated. It belongs to a group of synapsids known as the Cassidae, which are characterized by their generally large, barrel-shaped bodies and small skulls. More broadly, Edaphosaurus was a pelycosaur, a paraphyletic group of early synapsids that represent some of the earliest steps in the lineage leading to mammals. While Edaphosaurus itself is not a direct ancestor of mammals, it shares a common ancestor with them. Studying its anatomy, particularly its skull and dental features, provides invaluable insights into the evolutionary trajectories that led to the diversification of synapsids and ultimately to the rise of mammals. Its specialized herbivorous adaptations, for example, represent an early exploration of a dietary niche that would become incredibly successful in later mammal groups. The Permian period was a time of significant evolutionary experimentation, and Edaphosaurus stands as a testament to the diverse forms that emerged during this pivotal era in Earth's history. The reign of Edaphosaurus, like that of many other Permian creatures, eventually came to an end. It disappeared from the fossil record well before the Permian-Triassic extinction event, one of the most catastrophic mass extinctions in Earth's history, which wiped out the vast majority of life on the planet. Its extinction was likely part of a broader pattern of faunal turnover and environmental change that occurred throughout the Permian, perhaps due to changes in climate or vegetation patterns that no longer favored its specialized adaptations. In summary, Edaphosaurus was far more than just a peculiar-looking creature with a sail on its back. It was a pivotal figure in the ecosystems of the early Permian period, a large, specialized herbivore that played a crucial role in the food web. Its unique anatomy, particularly its sail and its pavement-like teeth, speaks volumes about the evolutionary pressures and opportunities present during a time when life on land was undergoing significant diversification. Studying Edaphosaurus allows us to peer back millions of years into a world vastly different from our own, a world where the seeds of mammalian evolution were being sown, and where creatures of remarkable form and function roamed the ancient, steamy landscapes. It remains a compelling example of the ingenuity and diversity of life on Earth, a testament to the incredible adaptations that can arise in response to environmental challenges and opportunities over vast stretches of geological time. Its sail, often depicted as its most iconic feature, is not just a visual marvel, but a window into its ancient physiology and behavior, inviting us to imagine the lives of these extraordinary early mammal relatives. The Permian period, often overshadowed by the later age of dinosaurs, was a time of incredible evolutionary innovation and ecological complexity. Long before the Tyrannosaurus rex roared or the Triceratops grazed, a different set of apex predators ruled the terrestrial landscapes. Among the most fearsome and formidable of these ancient carnivores were the Gorgonopsids. These creatures, whose very name conjures images of mythical beasts and deadly power, were not dinosaurs, nor were they true reptiles in the sense of lizards, snakes, or crocodiles. Instead, they were a distinct group of synapsids, part of the evolutionary lineage that eventually led to mammals. With their formidable saber-like canines, muscular builds, and keen senses, Gorgonopsids truly were the saber-toothed killers of the late Permian, sitting atop the food chains of their time. The first discoveries of Gorgonopsid fossils came from the Karoo Basin of South Africa, a region renowned for its incredibly rich Permian and Triassic fossil deposits. These finds, dating back to the late 1800s, revealed a striking and previously unknown group of predators. Sir Richard Owen, a towering figure in 19th century paleontology, described the first Gorgonopsid remains, though the full extent of their diversity and ecological significance would only become apparent with subsequent discoveries made by a succession of paleontologists, including Robert Broom and Sidney Horton, who meticulously excavated and studied the vast Permian fossil beds. The name Gorgonopsid itself is derived from Gorgon, the mythical monster from Greek mythology, specifically Medusa, known for her serpent hair and petrifying gaze. This name was chosen by Richard Owen in 1876 to reflect the creature's terrifying appearance, particularly its fangs, which must have seemed monstrous to early paleontologists. What truly set Gorgonopsids apart and immediately identified them as apex predators were their teeth. They possessed an incredibly distinctive and formidable dentition, dominated by a pair of enormously elongated, saber-like canine teeth in their upper jaws. These fangs, which could be several inches long in larger species, were serrated along their edges, making them exceptionally efficient at slicing through flesh and bone. These were not just large teeth, they were finely tuned tools for dispatching prey. Below these impressive sabers, they had smaller, sharp incisors at the front of their jaws for nipping and tearing, and further back, smaller, more blade-like post-canine teeth that would have been used for shearing meat. This specialized dental array indicates a highly carnivorous diet and a sophisticated hunting strategy. The skull of a Gorgonopsid was generally robust and deep, built to withstand the stresses of a powerful bite. Large openings behind the eye sockets, known as temporal fenestrae, provided ample space for the attachment of powerful jaw muscles, allowing them to deliver devastating bites. These fenestrae are a key synapsid feature, indicative of a more advanced jaw musculature compared to earlier reptiles, and they are a characteristic shared with their mammalian descendants. Their skulls were often quite narrow from above, but deep from the side, presenting a sleek yet powerful profile, clearly designed for efficiency in predation. Beyond their impressive dental arsenal, Gorgonopsids were built for speed and power. Their bodies were typically sleek and muscular, ranging in size from small, fox-sized forms just a few feet long to truly colossal creatures like Inostrancevia, which could reach lengths of over 10 feet and weigh perhaps as much as a polar bear. Their limbs were relatively long and columnar, positioned more directly beneath the body than the sprawling limbs of earlier tetrapods. This semi-erect posture would have allowed for more efficient locomotion, supporting greater speed and endurance during pursuits. Their feet were equipped with claws, providing grip and aiding in grappling with prey. The tail was generally short, suggesting that it was not a primary propulsive or balancing organ during rapid movement, unlike the long, heavy tails of many dinosaurs. The diversity within the Gorgonopsid group was quite remarkable. While they all shared the general blueprint of saber-toothed predators, there was a wide range of sizes and likely ecological roles. Some of the smaller species might have hunted smaller reptiles, amphibians, and even early mammal-like creatures. The larger Gorgonopsids, such as Gorgonops itself, and the truly enormous Inostrancevia from Russia, would have been apex predators, capable of taking down very large prey. Inostrancevia, in particular, was a magnificent beast, representing the peak of Gorgonopsid evolution in terms of size and predatory specialization. Its skull alone could be over 1.5 feet long, and its canines were truly terrifying weapons. So how did these saber-toothed killers hunt? While we cannot observe them directly, fossil evidence and comparative anatomy allow us to reconstruct their likely hunting strategies. Their large canines suggest a method of attack that involved a deep, penetrating bite, possibly aimed at the throat or flanks of large prey. The serrations on the teeth would have helped them slice through muscle and blood vessels, causing massive trauma and rapid incapacitation. It's hypothesized that they might have employed a stab and retreat strategy, delivering a debilitating bite and then waiting for the prey to weaken from blood loss before moving in for the kill. Their powerful jaws and neck muscles would have allowed them to hold on to struggling prey once they had secured a grip. The prey of Gorgonopsids would have included the abundant herbivores of the late Permian. These included large, lumbering pariasaurs, bulky, armored reptiles that might have been tough to bring down, and various types of Dicynodonts, herbivorous synapsids that ranged from small burrowers to massive rhinoceros-like forms, like the well-known Lystrosaurus, though Lystrosaurus became dominant after. The Gorgonopsids were largely gone, at least in its typical form. The varied sizes of Gorgonopsids likely allowed for a wide range of prey species to be targeted, much like modern carnivores occupying different niches in an ecosystem. Their keen senses, particularly their sense of smell, would have been crucial for tracking prey across the ancient landscapes. The habitats where Gorgonopsids thrived were diverse, from the semi-arid plains of what is now South Africa to the more temperate regions of present-day Russia. The late Permian was a period of significant environmental change, with the supercontinent Pangaea largely assembled, leading to vast continental interiors and increasingly arid conditions in many areas. However, there were still extensive river systems, floodplains, and wetter regions that supported lush vegetation and, consequently, a rich diversity of herbivorous life. Gorgonopsids would have patrolled these environments, their presence shaping the behavior and evolution of the animals around them. They were the dominant land predators for a significant portion of the late Permian, fulfilling a role that would later be taken over by archosaurs and eventually dinosaurs. The evolutionary significance of Gorgonopsids is profound because they represent an important stage in the lineage leading to mammals. They belong to the Therapsids, a group of synapsids that were more advanced than the earlier pelycosaurs like Dimetrodon and Edaphosaurus. Therapsids show a suite of features that point towards their mammalian future, including a more upright limb posture, a larger temporal fenestra in the skull, and often a more specialized dentition. Gorgonopsids, with their advanced predatory adaptations, were at the cutting edge of Therapsid evolution in the late Permian. While they are not direct ancestors of mammals, they are part of the same broad lineage. Studying them provides crucial insights into the evolutionary steps and anatomical changes that eventually led to the origin of true mammals. They show how sophisticated predatory forms could evolve within the synapsid line, long before dinosaurs came to dominate. Unfortunately, the reign of the Gorgonopsids, like that of so many other magnificent creatures, came to a dramatic and tragic end. They were victims of the Permian-Triassic extinction event, often referred to as the Great Dying. This was the most severe mass extinction in Earth's history, occurring approximately 252 million years ago. It wiped out an estimated 96% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species. The causes of this catastrophic event are still debated, but likely involved massive volcanic eruptions in what is now the Siberian Traps, leading to global warming, ocean acidification, and widespread anoxia. The specialized predatory nature of Gorgonopsids, while successful for millions of years, left them vulnerable to such widespread environmental collapse. As their prey populations dwindled and ecosystems destabilized, the Gorgonopsids could not adapt quickly enough, and their lineage vanished from the fossil record, making way for new dominant groups in the subsequent Triassic period. Their disappearance marked the end of an era where these impressive saber-toothed synapsids ruled the land. The legacy of the Gorgonopsids, though often overlooked in popular culture compared to dinosaurs, is immense. They represent a critical chapter in the story of life on Earth, showcasing the power and diversity of the early synapsids. Their fearsome saber teeth are a testament to the relentless arms race between predator and prey that has driven evolution for hundreds of millions of years. By studying their fossil remains, paleontologists continue to piece together the details of their lives, their interactions with other Permian creatures, and their ultimate demise. These saber-toothed killers were not just ancient beasts. They were intricate parts of complex ecosystems whose existence paved the way for the mammals we see today, reminding us that the history of life is full of remarkable and often surprising turns. Their story serves as a powerful reminder of both the incredible resilience and the inherent fragility of life in the face of monumental geological and environmental shifts. Imagine a time long, long ago, before dinosaurs even roamed the Earth in their magnificent glory. This was the Permian period, a chapter in our planet's history that saw life evolve in truly remarkable and often bizarre ways. It was a world where the continents were joined into one supercontinent called Pangaea, and the climate was often harsh and unforgiving in many places. Amidst this ancient landscape, there was a creature that ruled the land with an iron claw and fearsome fangs, a truly apex predator that would make even the most formidable modern-day carnivore think twice. This was Inostrancevia, a name that sounds as formidable as the beast it represents. It was, in essence, the super-predator of its time, a Russian terror that dominated the ecosystems it inhabited. The story of Inostrancevia begins, as many paleontological tales do, with discovery. Its remains were unearthed in the late 1930s, specifically around the year 1937, in the Arkhangelsk region of Russia, near the Dvina River. This area has proven to be an absolute treasure trove of Permian fossils, providing an unprecedented glimpse into the life forms that thrived just before the greatest mass extinction event in Earth's history. The initial finds were incredibly significant, revealing a creature of impressive size and a distinctly predatory nature. The name Inostrancevia itself is a tribute to Alexander Inostrantsev, a prominent Russian geologist. The species most famously known is Inostrancevia alexandri, named after the person who contributed to the understanding of the geology of the region where the fossils were found. These discoveries were not mere fragments. Relatively complete skeletons were found, allowing scientists to reconstruct a surprisingly accurate picture of this ancient beast, far more complete than many of its contemporaries. This completeness was crucial, as it provided a foundation for understanding its anatomy, its lifestyle, and its place within the complex web of Permian life. The Russian paleontologists who painstakingly excavated and studied these fossils opened a window into a world that had been hidden for hundreds of millions of years, revealing a creature that was truly a marvel of prehistoric evolution. The site itself, known as the Sokolki locality, became famous for its exceptional preservation, making it one of the most important Permian fossil sites globally. So, what exactly was Inostrancevia? It belonged to a group of animals called Gorgonopsians, which were a type of therapsid. Now, therapsids are incredibly important because they represent a crucial evolutionary step in the lineage that eventually led to mammals, including us. They weren't quite mammals, but they had many mammalian features, setting them apart from the more reptilian forms of life prevalent at the time. Gorgonopsians, in particular, were the dominant predators of the late Permian period, filling a niche that would much later be occupied by large theropod dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus rex. Inostrancevia was the largest of them all, a true giant among its kin. Imagine a creature that could reach lengths of up to 3.5 meters, or about 12 feet, from the tip of its nose to the end of its tail. This would make it roughly the size of a modern-day grizzly bear, but with a far more fearsome and specialized set of predatory tools. Its weight is estimated to have been considerable, perhaps around 300 to 400 kilograms, or somewhere between 680 to 880 pounds, a truly substantial animal for its time. The most striking feature of Inostrancevia, and indeed of all Gorgonopsians, was its skull and dentition. Its head was powerfully built, with strong jaw muscles designed for delivering a devastating bite. But it was the teeth that truly set it apart as a super-predator. Inostrancevia possessed a set of enormous, dagger-like canines, often referred to as saber teeth, similar in function, though not in evolutionary origin, to those of later saber-toothed cats. These canines could grow to an astonishing size, protruding significantly from its upper jaw, perhaps up to 12 or 15 centimeters, or 5 or 6 inches in length. These weren't just for show. They were instruments of death, designed to pierce deep into the flesh of its prey, causing massive trauma and blood loss. Behind these formidable canines, Inostrancevia had smaller, but still sharp, serrated teeth for tearing and slicing flesh. This combination of powerful jaws and specialized teeth indicates a highly efficient killing machine, perfectly adapted to its predatory lifestyle. The skull itself was relatively narrow but deep, providing excellent leverage for its bite. Its nostrils were positioned quite high up on the snout, a feature that might suggest an ability to breathe while its muzzle was partially submerged in water, or perhaps just an adaptation for its powerful bite. The overall structure of its teeth and jaws tells us a clear story. Inostrancevia was a dedicated carnivore, a predator of large prey. Beyond its impressive dental arsenal, Inostrancevia body plan further solidified its image as a powerful hunter. It had a robust, muscular build, with strong limbs that supported its considerable weight. Its posture was more upright than many of its reptilian contemporaries, suggesting a more agile and perhaps even faster gait than a sprawling reptile. While we can't know for sure, it's plausible that Inostrancevia, like other therapsids, might have had some form of insulating covering, perhaps hair or fur, a trait that would become a defining feature of mammals. This insulation would have been beneficial for thermoregulation, especially if it was an active, warm-blooded or at least endothermic predator. Its tail was relatively short, balancing its body and likely aiding in maneuverability during a chase or struggle with prey. Its feet were probably equipped with claws, providing grip and aiding in subduing its victims. Everything about its skeletal structure, from its powerful shoulder girdles to its robust hind limbs, speaks of a creature built for strength and speed, a formidable hunter capable of bringing down substantial animals. Now, let's immerse ourselves in the world Inostrancevia inhabited. The late Permian period, roughly 250 million years ago, was a time of significant environmental shifts. Pangaea was still intact, and the vast interior of this supercontinent would have experienced extreme temperatures and arid conditions in many places. However, the fossil finds suggest that Inostrancevia lived in regions that were likely somewhat more temperate, perhaps with seasonal rainfall and a mix of forests and more open, savanna-like landscapes. The Dvina River region, where Inostrancevia fossils are found, implies the presence of freshwater sources, crucial for both the predator and its prey. The flora of the Permian was dominated by seed ferns, conifers, and cycads, very different from the flowering plants we see today. These plants supported a diverse array of herbivores, which in turn formed the prey base for predators like Inostrancevia. As an apex predator, Inostrancevia would have preyed on the largest herbivores of its time. Its immense size and formidable teeth suggest that its diet consisted of large and medium-sized pariasaurs and dicynodonts. Pariasaurs were a group of heavily armored, often bulky, herbivorous reptiles, while Dicynodonts were a diverse group of tusked synapsids, some of which grew to very large sizes. Imagine a slow-moving Scutosaurus, with its thick armor, trying to fend off a charging Inostransvia. The Gorgonopsians' saber-like canines were perfectly suited for delivering deep, penetrating wounds that could bypass even the toughest dermal armor or sever major blood vessels and muscles. It might have ambushed its prey, using its powerful legs for a swift burst of speed over a short distance, before engaging in a brutal struggle. A single, well-aimed bite from those massive canines would have been enough to incapacitate or kill a large herbivore. Inostransvia was not built for endurance running, but rather for powerful, decisive attacks, relying on its strength and lethal weaponry to overwhelm its victims. Its prominent teeth would have inflicted massive trauma, allowing the predator to subdue its prey quickly and efficiently. The ecosystem was a dynamic one, a constant interplay between the hunters and the hunted. Inostransvia wasn't alone in its environment, though it was likely the dominant predator. The fossil beds where it was found also reveal other smaller Gorgonopsians and various types of amphibians and reptiles. While these might have competed for smaller prey, or perhaps scavenged on Inostransvia's kills, none posed a significant threat to the fully grown superpredator. The landscape would have been a patchwork of dense vegetation near water sources, opening up into more arid plains. Inostransvia would have been a creature of these plains and forests, patrolling its territory, ever vigilant for its next meal. Its senses, particularly its sense of smell, would have been acute, helping it track prey across vast distances. Its powerful vision would have been useful for spotting prey during the day. Its life would have been a continuous cycle of hunting, feeding, and defending its territory. The sheer size of Inostransvia would have meant it needed a considerable amount of food to sustain itself, implying a relatively large home range and a robust prey population. The evolutionary significance of Inostransvia and its Gorgonopsian relatives cannot be overstated. As therapsids, they represent an important branch in the lineage leading to mammals. While they were certainly not mammals themselves, they possessed many anatomical features that foreshadowed mammalian traits, such as a more upright posture, a more efficient respiratory system, and potentially a higher metabolic rate than contemporary reptiles. Inostransvia, as the last and largest of the Gorgonopsians, stands as a testament to the success of this predatory group. They were at the pinnacle of the food chain in the late Permian, showcasing a predatory specialization that was highly effective. Their dominance for millions of years highlights their evolutionary prowess and adaptability. However, their reign was ultimately brought to an end by one of the most catastrophic events in Earth's history: the end Permian mass extinction. The Permian-Triassic extinction event, sometimes referred to as the Great Dying, was an ecological catastrophe of unprecedented scale, occurring approximately 252 million years ago. It was far more severe than the extinction event that wiped out the dinosaurs some 187 million years later. Estimates suggest that up to 96% of all marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species perished. The causes are still debated, but massive volcanic eruptions in the Siberian traps are widely considered to be the primary culprit, releasing enormous quantities of greenhouse gases and aerosols into the atmosphere, leading to rapid climate change, ocean acidification, and widespread anoxia, lack of oxygen, in the oceans. For Inostransvia and its contemporaries, this meant a world turning rapidly hostile. The ecosystems they relied upon collapsed. Their prey base dwindled, habitats were destroyed, and the very air and water became toxic. As an apex predator, Inostransvia would have been particularly vulnerable. Predators at the top of the food chain are often the first to suffer during times of ecological collapse, because their survival depends on the health and abundance of the entire food web below them. With its large size and specific dietary needs, Inostransvia simply couldn't adapt quickly enough to the cataclysmic changes. And so, The mighty Inostrancevia, the Russian superpredator, vanished from the face of the earth, leaving behind only its fossilized remains as a testament to its formidable existence. The paleontological impact of Inostrancevia is profound. Its discovery and the study of its fossils have provided invaluable insights into the Permian period and the evolution of synapsids. It represents a pinnacle of predatory evolution in the late Permian, demonstrating how specialized and effective these proto-mammalian predators could be. Understanding Inostrancevia helps us piece together the complex food webs of the Permian, showing the interactions between different species and the ecological roles they played. It also serves as a powerful reminder of the cyclical nature of life and extinction on Earth, and how even the most dominant species can be swept away by global catastrophes. The remarkably complete skeletons of Inostrancevia have also allowed for detailed studies of its locomotion, feeding mechanics, and even potential aspects of its physiology, pushing the boundaries of what we can infer from ancient bones. It has become a flagship species for the Gorgonopsians, often featured in scientific literature and popular depictions of Permian life. In popular culture, Inostrancevia often features in documentaries, books, and museum exhibits focused on prehistoric life before the dinosaurs. Its impressive size, saber-like teeth, and its role as an apex predator make it a compelling subject. It serves as a reminder that the history of life on Earth is far richer and more diverse than just the age of dinosaurs. It highlights a period when mammal-like reptiles, rather than true reptiles, were the dominant terrestrial vertebrates. Its image is one of raw power and primal ferocity, a creature perfectly adapted to a brutal and competitive world. The scientific community continues to study Inostrancevia, utilizing new technologies like computed tomography scans to gain even deeper insights into its internal anatomy and physiology. Each new discovery, each new analysis, adds another layer to our understanding of this magnificent ancient superpredator, solidifying its place as one of the most fascinating creatures to have ever walked the Earth, a true titan of the Russian Permian. Stepping back into the deep time of the late Permian period, approximately 254 to 252 million years ago, we encounter a creature that stood in stark contrast to the agile, fanged predator, like Inostrancevia. This was Scutosaurus, a magnificent herbivore that can best be described as a living, walking armored tank. While Inostrancevia relied on speed and sharp teeth, Scutosaurus was a master of passive defense, encased in a protective shell of bony plates that made it a formidable, if slow-moving, fortress against the most dangerous carnivores of its day. Its very name, Scutosaurus, meaning shield lizard, speaks volumes about its most prominent feature. It was a creature built for survival in a world teeming with formidable predators, a testament to the diverse evolutionary strategies employed by life during this ancient epoch. The story of Scutosaurus, much like that of its contemporary Inostrancevia, is deeply intertwined with the rich fossil beds of Russia. The first remains of Scutosaurus were discovered in the late 1920s, specifically around the year 1922, near the town of Isad in the Arkhangelsk region, close to the Dvina River. This same area, known for its extraordinary Permian fossil preservation, has yielded multiple, often remarkably complete, skeletons of Scutosaurus. The initial discovery and subsequent excavations were crucial in providing paleontologists with an unprecedented understanding of this unusual animal. Paleontologists like Vladimir Prokorovich Amalitsky, who spearheaded much of the early work in the Dvina River region, played a pivotal role in bringing Scutosaurus to the attention of the scientific world. The discovery of relatively complete skeletons allowed for detailed reconstructions, giving scientists a clear picture of its morphology and how it might have lived. These Russian finds have made Scutosaurus one of the best understood large pariasaurs, providing a cornerstone for understanding this group of ancient reptiles. The consistent discovery of multiple individuals in the same localities also hints at potential social behaviors, although definitive proof remains elusive. So, what did Scutosaurus look like? Imagine a creature that could grow up to 2.5 to 3 meters, or about 8 to 10 feet, in length. It was exceptionally broad and heavily built, with a low-slung body and short, thick joues, like legs that supported its considerable weight. Estimates suggest that a large Scutosaurus could have weighed anywhere from 600 to 1,000 kilograms, or approximately 1,300 to 2,200 pounds, making it an immensely heavy animal for its size. Its head was large and boxy, featuring a thick skull often adorned with various bony knobs and ridges, particularly around the eyes and on the cheeks. These cranial ornamentations were not just for show, they provided additional protection to its vital areas. However, the defining characteristic of Scutosaurus was its extensive dermal armor. Its entire back and flanks were covered in rows of bony scutes, or osteoderms, embedded in its skin. These individual bony plates varied in size and shape, but formed a continuous, interlocking suit of armor, much like the scales of a crocodile or the shell of a turtle, but more integrated into the skin. This armor made Scutosaurus a truly formidable target for any predator, earning it the moniker of a tank-like herbivore. The armor of Scutosaurus was not just a superficial covering, it was an integral part of its defensive strategy. These osteoderms were composed of dense bone, offering excellent protection against the piercing canines of Gorgonopsians, like in Ostrancevia. While a predator might be able to deliver a bite, it would be incredibly difficult to inflict a fatal wound through the thick, bony plates. The arrangement of the armor would have allowed some degree of flexibility, allowing the animal to move, albeit slowly, while still maintaining its protective covering. The short, stocky limbs and broad body contributed to its stability and provided a low center of gravity, making it difficult to topple over. Its tail was relatively short and stout, likely not used for active defense, but perhaps as a counterbalance. The overall impression was one of immense solidity and resilience, a creature built to withstand assault rather than evade it. Beyond its impressive armor, Scutosaurus possessed a specialized dentition adapted for its herbivorous diet. Its teeth were small, leaf-shaped, and set in rows along the margins of its jaws. They were well suited for shearing tough plant material, suggesting that Scutosaurus fed on the relatively coarse and fibrous vegetation prevalent in the Permian period, such as seed ferns, cycads, and conifers. Its jaws were relatively weak compared to those of a carnivore, but they were capable of a powerful grinding action, allowing it to process large quantities of plant matter. The skull was broad at the back, providing ample attachment points for strong jaw muscles, which were essential for masticating tough plant fibers. Its digestive system would have been well developed, likely housing symbiotic microbes to break down cellulose, much like modern herbivores. Scutosaurus was a bulk feeder, relying on consuming large volumes of vegetation to sustain its massive body. This implies that it spent a significant portion of its day foraging, slowly moving through the landscape, constantly munching on available plant life. The environment in which Scutosaurus lived was, as we've explored with Ostrancevia, the late Permian. The Russian fossil sites suggest a landscape characterized by floodplains, river systems, and a mosaic of wetlands and more arid areas. Scutosaurus likely favored the areas closer to water sources, where vegetation would have been more abundant and lush. The climate would have been seasonally variable, with periods of intense heat and possibly some rainfall. The Permian flora, while different from today's, would have provided ample food for a large herbivore. Scutosaurus would have moved slowly through this environment, browse on low-lying plants, and perhaps occasionally rearing up to reach slightly higher vegetation. Its sheer size would have deterred smaller predators, but the massive Gorgonopsians were a constant threat, making its armor an indispensable survival tool. It is easy to imagine herds of Scutosaurus moving ponderously across the Permian landscape, like living fortresses. their numbers providing a degree of collective defense. For a creature as slow and bulky as Scutosaurus, defense was paramount. Its armor was its primary form of protection, rendering it virtually invulnerable to all but the most determined and largest predators. When faced with a threat, Scutosaurus likely would have hunkered down, presenting its armored back to the attacker. The thick osteoderms would have absorbed and deflected most blows, and even the most powerful bites would have struggled to penetrate its defenses. Its broad, flat body might have also made it difficult for a predator to get a good grip or to flip it over. Its sheer size was also a deterrent. Even a powerful predator might hesitate to attack an animal that outweighed it significantly and was covered in an impenetrable shell. While it lacked the speed to outrun its attackers, its passive defense made it a challenging meal. The survival strategy of Scutosaurus was one of resilience and endurance, a testament to the effectiveness of heavy armor in a world of large, toothy carnivores. While direct evidence for social behavior in Scutosaurus is scarce, the discovery of multiple individuals within the same fossil localities, sometimes in close proximity, does open up the possibility that they lived in groups, at least for part of the year. Many large herbivores today live in herds for collective defense, and it's a reasonable hypothesis that Scutosaurus might have done the same. A herd of armored giants would have been an even more daunting prospect for a predator than a solitary individual. Within a group, individuals could have watched out for one another, and the combined bulk and armor of many Scutosaurus could have created an almost unassailable barrier. However, without more definitive evidence, this remains a speculation. Even if they didn't live in permanent herds, they might have congregated around water sources or particularly lush feeding grounds, forming temporary aggregations. Scutosaurus coexisted with a diverse array of life forms, including the very predators it sought to defend against. The most prominent threat would have been the large Gorgonopsians, especially Inostrancevia, which shared the same Russian habitats. Other large predators like Titanosuchians, a group of large, somewhat crocodile-like therapsids, might also have posed a threat. Younger or infirm Scutosaurus would have been more vulnerable, but healthy adults would have been incredibly challenging to take down. Scutosaurus also shared its environment with other pariasaurs, some of which were even larger, as well as various species of Dicynodonts, rhynchosaur-like reptiles, and amphibians. The ecosystem was a bustling one, a complex web of interdependencies where each species played its part in the grand tapestry of Permian life. Scutosaurus, as a dominant herbivore, would have been a crucial link in the food chain, converting vast amounts of plant material into biomass, supporting the entire predatory guild above it. From an evolutionary perspective, Scutosaurus is a vital member of the pariasaur group, which in turn belongs to a broader lineage of parareptiles, a group of ancient reptiles distinct from the lineage that led to modern reptiles like lizards, snakes, and crocodiles. Pariasaurs were a highly successful group of terrestrial herbivores during the late Permian, characterized by their heavily armored bodies and blunt, leaf-shaped teeth. Scutosaurus, as one of the largest and most well-known members, provides key insights into the evolution of herbivory and defensive adaptations in early reptiles. Their existence demonstrates the incredible diversity of life that thrived before the age of dinosaurs and showcases a successful evolutionary strategy for large herbivores in a predator-rich environment. While they were not direct ancestors of modern reptiles, they represent a fascinating side branch in the tree of life, highlighting the myriad forms that terrestrial vertebrates took during this ancient period. Tragically, even the formidable armor of Scutosaurus could not protect it from the greatest cataclysm in Earth's history, the end Permian mass extinction event. As discussed with Inostrancevia, this event, occurring around 252 million years ago, was utterly devastating, wiping out the vast majority of life on Earth. The massive volcanic eruptions in the Siberian traps caused rapid and extreme climate change, ocean acidification, and widespread environmental collapse. For Scutosaurus, This meant the destruction of its food sources as plant life struggled to survive the altered conditions. The rivers and floodplains it relied upon might have dried up or become toxic. Its heavy armor, while excellent against biological predators, offered no defense against atmospheric poisoning or ecological collapse. As a large herbivore, Scutosaurus required vast amounts of food, and as the plant ecosystems crumbled, it would have found it impossible to sustain itself. The entire food web collapsed, and the world that Scutosaurus knew vanished. The magnificent armored tank-like herbivore, a master of survival for millions of years, simply faded away, leaving behind only its fossilized legacy. The paleontological importance of Scutosaurus is immense. Its remarkably complete fossil record has allowed scientists to reconstruct its anatomy, infer its diet, and understand its defensive strategies in great detail. It serves as a prime example of a heavily armored herbivore from the Permian period, providing crucial data for understanding the evolutionary pressures that led to such adaptations. Studying Scutosaurus helps us to reconstruct the Permian ecosystems of Russia, providing a more complete picture of the ancient food webs and the interactions between different groups of animals. It also contributes significantly to our understanding of the broader Pariasaur group and the early evolution of reptiles. By examining the growth rings in its bones, scientists have even been able to make inferences about its growth rates and longevity, adding another layer of detail to its life history. Scutosaurus stands as a testament to the incredible diversity and ingenuity of life before the reign of the dinosaurs, showcasing a time when armored herbivores roamed the earth, providing sustenance for equally formidable predators. In popular culture, Scutosaurus often appears alongside Inostrancevia in depictions of the Permian period, particularly in documentaries and museum displays that aim to illustrate the diverse and often strange life forms that existed before the Mesozoic era. Its unique appearance, with its bulky body and prominent armor, makes it an easily recognizable and fascinating creature. It symbolizes resilience and passive defense in the face of danger, a stark contrast to the active hunting of its contemporary predators. The scientific community continues to study Scutosaurus, exploring new avenues of research such as paleohistology, the study of microscopic bone structure, to gain further insights into its biology, physiology, and behavior. Each new discovery helps to solidify our understanding of this truly ancient and remarkable armored giant, allowing us to paint an ever more vivid picture of the world it once inhabited. Scutosaurus, the Permian's living tank, reminds us of the rich tapestry of life that has evolved on our planet, showcasing an enduring and successful evolutionary strategy for survival in a challenging prehistoric world.